what goes on. Meanwhile, Ravens GM Eric DeCosta said today that the number of sexual misconduct allegations made against kicker Justin Tucker is, quote, serious and concerning, but indicated the team will wait for determining his future in Baltimore. As, quote, I think we're fortunate the league is doing an investigation. We will wait as patiently as we can for as much information as we can, and we'll make our decision based on that.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. It is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Tuesday to everybody out there. Hope everybody's having a great day. We got a big show coming your way today. Joining us live from the NFL Combine at 2:30 will be Bob Condotta, the Seattle Times. 3 o'clock, some guy named Mike Salk. You ever heard of him?
I have.
Probably a promo or 12 that's run here, but he'll join us at 3 p.m. from spring training, and then of course 5 p.m. It's Tuesday, which means El Hombre. Michael Bradley will join us on the program. You guys can text in 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Whatever's on your mind. Lots going on in the NFL. We touched on this yesterday, Dave, briefly about initially the story came out. There was an anonymous team that wants to do away. They're presenting a complaint or whatever to the league that they want to ban the Tush Push. They were anonymous. They were quickly identified after that. Subsequent articles identifying the Green Bay Packers. And when we were talking about this initially, I knew it wasn't, but you never know who's going to complain. I'm just like, I hope it's not the Seahawks. I truly am praying and hoping it's not the Seahawks, because as a fan, I'd be embarrassed. I'm so happy it's not the Hawks. And I thought it would be the Commanders, since we saw the Frankie Louvu thing and they couldn't stop it. And maybe they had somebody in their division at least would make more sense. But the Packers had trouble. They couldn't stop it. And apparently lodged a complaint and are doing their part to try to get it banned, which I think is just weak. It just looks weak. It looks like we don't know how to stop it. It's unfair. We're not as good at stopping it as they are at executing it, so it shouldn't be allowed.
Well, and also, typically something like that gets changed because of an injury.
Yes.
We haven't really seen a rash of injuries because of that.
No more than any other football play.
It's funny. I mean, I remember when Patrick Mahomes dislocated his kneecap doing a quarterback sneak type of thing, and I remember everybody, why would you do that?
Was that preseason?
No,
that was regular season.
During the season, it was against the Broncos, and I remember people saying like that's ridiculous. Why would they put him in that position? I'm like, I don't ever see a quarterback get hurt in that. I mean, it's not a high speed impact thing, right?
It's bad luck.
Yeah,
it's football.
Exactly. So I mean, I think there's not like any what's the injury risk there, but I do find this interesting that it used to be that you couldn't aid a guy as far as a ball carrier going forward. Like a lot of times nowadays you see these tackles. I remember there was a Buffalo Bill play where the tackle almost like picked the running back up and was like carrying him forward. So I don't know where that kind of went away, but as far as like the injury part of it, there's nothing. So it boils down, like to your point, that Green Bay they couldn't stop it. So let's see if we can legally get it, banned. That's weak.
You know what I compare it to? The shift in baseball, where it's similar, but the shift to me, yes, did it have a negative impact on offense? Absolutely. Did I think they should ban it? I was like, of the mind, well, then make them pay for it. They're going to take their third baseman and walk them all the way over to shortstop, and you got that whole side of the field. I know it's easier said than done, but you'd see guys take inside pitches and not pull it, not do it. They wouldn't drop a bunt down, make them pay the price, and they just never really adjusted, and then it gets outlawed. I was kind of on both sides. Like, I get it. It is impacting the game, and it's not great, but teams didn't do well in adjusting to it. I'm looking at this going, well, I don't think this hurts the game. I don't think you look at the game and go, this is not football. It's generally maybe it happens twice in a game if you're watching Philadelphia specifically. The numbers between the Philadelphia Eagles, the number of times they've run that play, I believe 108 since 2022. The next closest is the Buffalo Bills, and they're like in the 50s. Mm-hmm. And then the next closest, I can't remember who it might have been, the Bears.
Better not be Green Bay.
No, it was like 16.
Yeah.
Like it's not being run left and right. It's the Eagles, and they do it well. But it's not something you look at and go, it's hurting the game, the way the shift was crushing offense and making it boring. So there was some motivation to get rid of that or do something with it. This is just feels like sour grapes from a team that's going, we can't stop it, so that shouldn't be fair. Shouldn't be legal.
Yeah. The thing about the shift, though, like nobody ever made them pay for it, though.
Yeah, well, that was my complaint. It's like, well, if they're giving you that side of the field, but make it punitive.
But, well, I mean, to me, that indicates that it's too difficult and nobody could actually do it. I mean, I think everybody was trying to do it, right, to pull a ball or whatever. But, I mean, it never really happened regularly. There
seemed to be some
enough
stubbornness with the shift.
You think that's what it was?
Yes, there was a lot of stubbornness of guys, I'm going to hit it through the shift. I'm just going to hit the ball hard, and, I'm going to go the opposite way with it, even though the second baseman is playing short right field. There was a lot of, Kyle Seager used to do that. He used to make me nuts because he would yank the ball even on a pitch that's off the plate outside. You'd see him pull the ball right into the shift. I'm like, wait, you guys are the best in the business. You know how to go with an outside pitch and make a team pay. Yet there was just a stubbornness, specifically with power hitters.
Well, and maybe there was a lack of outside pitches, pitches that you can take it that way. Because, I always go, hey, look, if it was easy, everybody would do it. And apparently it's not that easy to do that. But, you could say the same thing with I don't think everybody makes the tush push work. But as far as, trying to get it eliminated and, especially you don't really have an injury concern. The other thing I would say is that, like, marginal fans, they like the name of the tush push, and the
brotherly shove.
Yeah, and the brotherly shove, which I thought was actually a really clever nickname. But then, also it's like, that's the team, Philadelphia, that runs that play, and it's like 100% of the time they're getting the first down. So, I don't think it certainly doesn't detract from the game at all.
Yeah, the shift I understood, because that's why I was kind of torn. Like, it is making offense terrible. There was a point to that, but there was a stubborn part. Like, well, adjust to it, make them pay for it. Whereas the tush push, I'm looking at it, go, how do you look at this? Even if you're not a fan of it, it's not happening often enough to say, here's this new thing that's taking over the NFL and it's ruining it. The way offense was being dragged down by the shift.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just surprised that they would. I don't know if they were told that it was going to be anonymous, but yeah, it's kind of a. I think they're going to take it. They're going to take it pretty hard from fans.
They should.
And and if I'm any part of the who's their GM, Gutenkust or whatever.
Did you say his name, Lefko?
Putting me on the spot here. Gutekunst.
Let's call him Goody.
We'll just call
I would
him
rather
Brian
call him
Goody.
Goody.
Yeah. So, if you're him or whatever, are you kind of like hanging your head at the combine?
Well, it sounds like he was a little
me.
sheepish. All the GMs are out there at the combine, and he was asked about his team looking to ban the tush push. Here's what he said.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. We really haven't had very many discussions about it. I'm sure we will over the next few weeks as we head into the owners' meetings. So I'm aware that we did, but really haven't had many discussions about it. Sorry.
What are your thoughts on the play?
I know we're not very successful against it. I know that, but to be honest with you, I have not put much thought into it. It's been around for a while. We've used it in different fashions with our tight end. Again, I think there'll be a lot of discussions about it. I got to kind of look at some of the information as far as injury rates, things like that. But we'll see.
Hold on, wait a minute. You're the GM.
Who's the one that
made the complaint?
I don't know.
he's
playing dumb.
He is playing dumb, in my opinion.
And the numbers, I pulled them up here. Since 2022, Eagles have run 108 tush pushes.
Since 22?
Since 2022.
Yeah.
Nearly twice as many as the next closest team. The Bills have 55 since 22. And then that's 92 more than the third most attempts. The Bears, 16. So it's not sweeping the league, and it's not everybody's running it left and right, and now it's altered the game that we all know and love. It's not happening that way. So that's where the difference is when I brought up the shift. Yeah, it's altering offense across the league. It was changing offense across the entire league, where this is very specialized. There's one team that's very adept at doing it, and the next closest team has half as many attempts.
Well, and I'm also surprised that other teams haven't picked up on it yet. Like, they don't have how come they don't? Well, they don't run it, obviously, like you said. Like for the Bears, I mean, that's less than one per game. Or
yeah, 16 since 2022.
Yeah, that's way less. I mean, that's more like once every 3 or 4 games. So, why aren't other people doing it? Or they just haven't been able to perfect it yet. I wonder, first of all, everybody thought Kelsey was kind of the secret sauce in that play, that, he was the reason, and it might be, actually. But, and then people were saying, that Hurts, he squats like 600 pounds or whatever, but it's not really a squat. I mean, he's strong. There's no question about that. But
you see his feet are almost off the ground at times.
Yeah,
though.
So it's not like he's got like a really strong connection to the ground. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. But I mean, I just think it's innovative. So stop it. Find a way to stop it. I liked what the Commanders were doing. That they had Frankie Louvu kind of jumping off sides, and I know it got tiresome at the end that he did it like 3 times in a row or something.
I just like that the official said something I had never heard about. They do that again, it's going to be a score.
Yeah,
award them a touchdown.
Yeah. So I mean, they were trying to do something, but I certainly don't think it happens anywhere like over the top. That's for sure. I mean, I think it has to happen down inside. And look, it's a smart play, because as an offense, what the snap count is. That's the split-second difference there. And they obviously have some kind of technique, whether it's an ability to get lower or just the right guys, I don't know. But they're obviously, it's something that needs to be stopped around the league. So,
and I was asking you this yesterday, and some are saying, well, it's unfair that players can push push the pile, so to speak. I remember the first time I heard a big complaint about it was back when I think USC was in a national championship game, and Leinart was kind of stopped at the line of scrimmage, and Reggie Bush came in.
Was that against Notre Dame, I think?
It was. So, and yes. Reggie Bush kind of came in and knocked him into the end zone. People were going, what? Come on, you can't do that.
They called it the Bush push.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It was I remember watching that game, and
so the question is, could that work for defense? Should you allow the linebackers and the safeties or whoever to come up and just get behind the D line and shove them the other way?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen anybody really do that. I told you a story about how we used to have a play, won't call the name of it, but where I would get, or whoever, a linebacker would get behind a defensive tackle on a field goal rush. And one time I did it in Denver, and apparently I just did my job because the coach told me to do it, but it was Carl Mecklenburg. And afterwards he goes, man, I had that I had that field goal blocked, and somebody shoved me, ran right up my back. And I was like, well, that was me because they told me to. But I mean, that was something they would get, like, the biggest, strongest linebacker that couldn't run. Usually it was me. So I would, shove the guy's rear end and try to get, extra, 250 pounds or whatever. Yeah. And I don't think that was, maybe they outlawed that. But I mean, it's interesting how now you see, like, offensive linemen almost pick a guy up and like carry him forward, and they don't call that.
We had Frank Schwab on yesterday from CBS, or no, Yahoo Sports, and we asked him about this, and he had a I couldn't agree with him more on his take on the Packers being the team that put this out there.
Eagles do it better than everybody else. They just won a championship, and it just looks like sour grapes from everybody else. I get that the Eagles are very, very good at this, and it's kind of, I don't want to say boring, but it is. Like, when the Eagles line up in that formation, it's 3rd and 1, they're going to get it. This is not really a player safety issue. This is just, we can't stop this play, so we want it banned. And I can't even believe it. The Packers really showing their behinds. So it's almost embarrassing. It's embarrassing for the Packers to be the team putting their names on this.
They're showing their behinds. That's pretty funny.
Couldn't agree with him more. And then Nick Sirianni, was asked about it. Again, all the coaches and GMs are out at the combine, so he was asked about it today, and this is what he had to say.
I think I've seen some of the stuff like, about what that it's an automatic play, or that it's not we work really, I almost feel a little insulted because we work so hard at that play. The amount of things that we've looked into how to coach that play, the fundamentals, there's 1,000 plays out there, but it comes down to how you teach the fundamentals and then how the players go through and do with the fundamentals. I can't tell you how many times we practice the snap, we practice the play, because it's not a play that it's easy to practice. There's different ways we figured out how to practice it.
The other thing, he talks about practice there. I think he said practice like 5 times.
Yeah.
But, especially late in the season, how do you practice against that defensively? There's really no way to do it, because by the time you get to like December, everybody has their pads off. The only way to practice for that, to defend it, is to get out there and get your defensive lineman hunkered down and try to grind through it. And we just don't see that in practice at all.
Yeah.
Full speed. So that's another reason I think that it's really brilliant. Like they've stumbled on something that I think is really innovative and
effective,
and like, how do you defend it? And so, yeah, because you don't see that kind of, even at like the scrimmages that they have over at Lumen Field. I mean, those aren't even like full speed tackle to the ground. That nobody ever does that. And the only way to practice for that is to go out and get big defensive linemen and work on the technique, but you have to do it full speed.
Yeah.
You have to, because it's full speed in the game. So, that might be what they have to do. And look, it's not a high collision type of play.
Yeah, there's no momentum there.
Yeah, there's no like 5-yard run up and smash the guy. It's down almost like a wrestling match, like a sumo wrestling match. So
yeah, it's rugby, right? It's like a rugby scrum.
Well, and those guys do that without any pads or anything.
No helmet. No,
yeah, I mean, so yeah. I think that might be what they have to do. I would just praise the Eagles for coming up with that. I think it's incredibly innovative. They found something that is hard to defend and hard to practice against.
Yeah.
In your own.
I give them credit, man.
Yeah.
I give them credit. I am 100% against banning this. 100%. And it's got nothing to do with the Seahawks. They haven't been burned by it. They don't do it. It's not a big play in their playbook. So, no, I've got no vested interest in it. I just look at it as something that, as you said, the Eagles came up with. It's worked. It works way more often than it doesn't. And it just sounds like the Packers are a team that is their GM said, we didn't do very well against it. So now it looks like sour grapes.
Yeah. The other thing, too, is you can run a ton of stuff off of that. I mean, everybody is expecting that. I mean, now all of a sudden, you get in there and then pitch the ball back or whatever, send guys in motion. I mean, I love the innovation. And then who's the famous scientist? Can never remember his name.
Bill Nye, the science guy?
No. Who's the guy that, remember he was talking about the something transfer, where when somebody pitched the ball and it goes forward, it's like throwing a can of beer to somebody if you're in row 6 on an airplane.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
deGrasse Tyson, thank you. That was he's weighing in on it. And remember, the NFL did a whole thing where they went and talked to him about it and about the inertia and momentum and all that stuff that I don't understand. It's become a huge deal. I mean, the NFL is wise to just entirely ignore whatever the Packers are saying here, because it's been really good for not only the Eagles, but also for just the NFL in general.
How much fun will I assume they're going to play each other next year at some point? It'd be fun if it were in Philadelphia, just to see how the fans are going to remember this, right? So the reception that Green Bay would get, it would be just delightful to watch that game.
Oh, I'm sure the Philly fans wouldn't take out on them or anything like that.
No, they're above that. We'll ask El Hombre about this whole thing. He's going to join us at 5 p.m. Right now, let's take 2.
Well, this will be interesting to talk about with Bob Condotta coming up at 2:30, because after John Schneider had his full podium session, he had a smaller media scrum with Seattle reporters, and he said in that little session that they're going to meet with Gino's agents this week to begin talks on a contract extension. And this is in quotes from Condotta's tweet. John Schneider says Gino is, quote, our guy.
Yeah, he made that kind of clear to us last week. Remember, we asked him about, Geno and DK to a lesser extent just being polarizing guys, and how do you feel about that? Are you aware? He almost seemed unaware of it. I can't believe he's unaware of it, but that's sort of the way he answered it, like, huh? Yeah, no, he's great. Everything's great.
Now it becomes, do I believe John?
Is he playing poker with us?
No, I honestly think that he doesn't really have time to listen to what people in Seattle are saying about him. I mean, he's talking to his assistants and trying to hire guys and everything. I don't think he has any idea what the texters on the Wyman and Bob show think. So I think he's being honest about it. But yeah, I mean, you hear that. The only thing I thought that sounded kind of like, okay, they're aware of it, was when Mike McDonald went from, well, yeah, Geno's our guy. Yeah.
Yeah, why would he be?
To the interview with Aaron Levine, where all of a sudden it's like, Geno's the greatest and we this and that. So
yeah, he's very effusive.
That was one thing where I think the PR part of it kind of caught up, but I think John's being, authentic here as far as the Geno thing.
Well, some more news coming out of the Combine from the Seahawks. So Jason Peters, while on the team last year, didn't get into a game, but he's officially retired after 21 seasons in the NFL, and he's been hired by the Seahawks in a player engagement role, and they say he will work closely with the offensive linemen.
It's interesting that he's got a job with the Seahawks, a team that he was out there, not last year at all, but the year before he was out there for a bit, but his history was made with the Eagles.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, what exactly is he going to do? And it says
closely with the O-lineman?
Yeah, it says NFL, that would be nice. NFL player engagement announced the launch of a series of dynamic offseason programs designed to support player development and expand career opportunities for current players and legends. Anybody want to decipher that? I don't have any idea.
Lefko wrote, "Will work closely with O-linemen," and we've
I didn't want to try to decipher that, so I parsed it down to that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's part of it, that he's going to be around to help some of the, I guess, younger guys particularly. But yeah, the guy, it is kind of weird. Like you said, he's only been here for a couple years, and he loves it here in Seattle, apparently.
And they like him, apparently, and he certainly could teach. Have a lot to teach. He's got a lot of experience that he could impart upon these young guys, and hopefully could be a help there.
Think about when he started. I mean, holy smokes! A lot of these kids.
I was like 11.
These kids were like, you were 11?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of these guys that he's playing with are like 3 years old.
I know. They're looking at he's an old head. Yeah. That's what he is. All right, Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, he's live at the Combine, and we'll get the latest on what's happening out there with the Seahawks and everything else from Bob Condotta of the Seattle Times. That is coming your way next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
None other than Brian Wu, who comes by to say hi. I don't mean to get cheesy. You guys kind of all really like each other, don't you?
Yeah, except for Bryce. Everyone else is I think the chemistry behind the scenes definitely has a lot to do with it. We get along super. We love spending time with each other on and off the field, in the dugouts, all the time that we have before games, catch, bullpens, all that stuff. Everybody's super talented on the field, but everybody's personality and the way that they're wanting to help each other and also be the best they can be for the team.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep. Go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires PayPal and auto-pay stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They got openings this winter for your roof project. Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com, the roofing company you can trust.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878. 800-948-7878. Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball. Go behind the scenes with Brock and Salk all this week from 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Cougar basketball is back.
These guys want to get better at basketball. They want to go as hard as they can in the game. They want to get their education. They want to be around each other and build a real family.
Coach Riley and the Cougs are ready.
We put in so much work all of our lives for this exact moment.
We are Wazoo. It's only on your home for Cougar basketball.
Catch the Cougs all season long on AM 770 KTTH. This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
NFL Combine is underway, and we take you out there live right now. Our man on the scene is with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Does a great job covering the Seattle Seahawks for the Seattle Times. Our buddy Bob Condotta is here. How are you, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. We just played a little clip of John Schneider speaking with you guys out there and talking about a few different things. But the one clip that people are talking about, I guess, a bit is saying, Gino, we're going to talk to his reps coming up, and he's our guy. And I don't know that there was any real debate about that. Were you surprised by that at all, or was that kind of stating the obvious to you?
Yeah, no, that's stating the obvious. That's exactly what I expected he would say. Yeah, I mean, Gino, for sure, they want to try to work out a new deal with Gino and keep him around. And it's always, as always, a matter of kind of getting that done so it works well for both sides. And so, as John noted, Gino is under contract, so there's, in some ways, maybe there's a tiny bit less of an urgency than there was a couple of years ago when Gino was not under contract at the time. So, they could drag this out. But I would think they would want to try to get this done relatively quickly because that's going to be your highest paid guy. And so, when you're going into free agency and you want to know exactly what your cap situation is and all that, you would think you would want to try to get it done by then.
Hey, Bob, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. So I feel like the whole conversation about the Seahawks has kind of gone from, okay, Gino, we heard Mike McDonald come out with a really strong statement about wanting Gino as his quarterback and DK. And now all of a sudden it's sort of shifting to offensive line. And do you feel like that's the big storyline as far as, because I think John drafted 3 offensive linemen last year, which was more than ever, I believe, as far as his drafts go here in Seattle. But is that going to be kind of what you're going to have your eye on and listening to? Because that, to me, that's kind of the biggest story, other than those two guys, I guess.
Yeah. It's certainly the biggest area that they need to address, right? I think that's been obvious for quite a while. And, it's why they made the coaching moves they made. That's the other reason why it's kind of the thing to focus on, because they fired Ryan Grubb as our offensive coordinator and essentially fired, Scott Huff as offensive line coach, and brought in a whole new group there. And they brought in kind of 3 guys who have some pretty significant offensive line experience to oversee that. Plus, announced today that Jason Peters is going to be hanging around as well, and he's not going to be in a coaching role, but I think they hope that, the role he will have is sort of being an off-field mentor to these guys will also help the offensive line. They're trying to do things there. I keep getting stuff from people. What are they going to do about the line? They've done something pretty significant already by, blowing out the coach and bringing in a bunch of guys who worked together before and have a lot of experience with what has been a successful, the zone scheme that kind of popularized by Mike Shanahan in the 90s with Terrell Davis and all of that. That's what they want to do and what they want to try to get to. And so they're going to be looking for maybe a little bit different of an offensive line, guys who are a little bit more athletic, getting off the ball, kind of the speed and quickness to get off the ball. Not that that's ever not been important, but, if you're going with that as opposed to kind of a power scheme, it's a little more important. So, for those reasons, it's kind of the obvious thing, because a lot of the rest of the positions on the team, I feel like, are going to be pretty static. You obviously have some decisions you have to make about some guys, but the offensive line is the one position that when I think we get to training camp and stuff like that, could look quite a bit different, both in terms of personnel and just what they're doing.
How do you see them addressing it, though, Bob? Do you see them going out and getting experienced guys, or the draft? Like, could you see him spending pick number 18 on a guard, or do you feel like there's an urgency? Hey, we don't have time to let somebody develop. We need to get this fixed right now. How do you see him addressing it?
Yeah, for sure. I think they'll try to do both. The issue with the veterans is, who is it going to be? There's 3 or 4 guys who could become free agents, but between now and March 12th might not be. So by the time March 12th rolls around, that list might and probably will be shrunk quite a bit. So that's kind of the issue there. People are already talking about how this is one of the worst free agent classes in recent memory, because teams have just kind of been re-signing their guys, the guys that they want to keep. They've been able to do that. And so, the Athletic the other day, I think, had the list basically 22 guys that you would want to sign, and everybody else on their list was sort of somebody that's of all players, not just offensive linemen, were guys who had some kind of significant question mark attached to their name. So you're going to have to explore both. And they're not, and they, depending on how things work out, they may not have a ton of money to spend on external free agents. So I think they're going to try to do both. But, they're hoping, you've heard John, I know he said it with you guys, and he said it to us today as well about developing and how that's something else they need to do. I do think they feel like, with Cross and Lucas and Christian Haynes and Bradford and Oluwatimi and Jalen Sundell, who they might like a lot more than people think. And Laumea and Jarrell. I mean, that's like 7 or 8 guys that are all 3 years or younger in the NFL. And so I think part of their hope too is that the guys they're bringing in will make those guys a lot better, and that so that you can kind of work with what you have on hand quite a bit also.
Hey, Bob, is it still kind of the Disneyland for NFL executives and scouts? I mean, I remember the stories about Trent Kirchner, who's their director of pro personnel, that he stood outside. This is back, 20, 25 years ago. He stood outside of the combine with his resume and was handing it to people. I mean, you get lots of jobs that are taken there, or as far as the NFL, just guys breaking in as either a scout or a coach or whatever. Are you seeing lots of that there? Is that still kind of what the combine's about?
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot, because there's a lot of non-NFL stuff that happens here. There's a lot of the coaching groups that have meetings here, in part because of that, because they know there's a lot of networking opportunities, and there's all the bars at night where people try to hang out and see who they can see. And there's certainly the guys that do that, hoping to run into some coach that maybe they can just drop their name and and kind of go that route. And again, Mike McDonald talked last year, I think, when they hired Ryan Grubb, about how they first met at the combine a couple of years ago, and that started their relationship that ended up leading to McDonald hiring Grubb for a year anyway. But for sure, yeah. I don't know that you don't necessarily see a ton of people just hanging out holding their resumes, but you obviously see evidence of that happening with just a lot of the people that are here. And like I say, there's a lot of because of all the people that are here, this is just used by a lot of different organizations to kind of hold some events here for sort of those cross-networking purposes.
Hey, Bob, now that there's some clarity on Geno in terms of what their intentions are, I didn't hear any audio, but did anybody ask John about DK Metcalf moving forward? And if not, what do you think they do? He's going into the last year of his deal. He's the other big talking point, obviously. What do you think happens there?
Yeah, well, John made it fairly clear he wasn't going to give details about the specifics of negotiations, and I think especially with guys who are under contract. So he was asked a question about DK and where things stand with him, and he kind of played that one off as just saying, where do things stand with DK? Well, he's on our team right now, and he's a big, strong, physical receiver and things like that. So, they're not going to give details about things, but I think with the guys who are under contract, I think they consider them as part of the team until they're not. And, is there the pot? I know everybody. I mean, he gets asked those questions because there's been a million stories speculating, like, what could the Seahawks do in case they wanted to trade DK Metcalf. There's never been any story that said the Seahawks are exploring that. That they've called teams and said, hey, do you want DK Metcalf or anything like that? So, at the moment, I don't know how much validity I'd put in anything about DK's future until you heard something like that from from the NFL Network or something like that. But certainly, the fact that he's entering the final year of his contract, again, we've always seen the Seahawks with their really core guys try to not let those guys, enter the last year with some uncertainty about their future. But I sort of feel like on the pecking order of importance of things, you've got to get your guys who can become free agents in 2 weeks, like Ernest Jones. You got to get those guys done, and then I think Geno, you got to have a pretty good idea of what you want to do with him, so that you sort of are able then to lay out the rest of what you're going to do. So you know what you have going forward with everything else. And then I think a guy like DK is something you could maybe do a little bit later if you wanted, but. I haven't gotten the vibe that they don't want him to still be part of the team going forward.
He is Bob Condotta of the Seattle Times, joining us live from the NFL Combine and keeping us up to date on what's happening out there. Great stuff, Bob. We appreciate it as always.
Okay, thanks a lot, you guys. Yep, bye.
There you go. Bob Condotta. There he goes. To track it all down. Get us all the information going on out there.
I think the writers like it out there, too.
That's
get
probably
a chance to
probably
get some inside information.
Train the inside dope.
Yeah.
Go
hang out in the bars.
That's right.
Hear what you can hear.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, there was one thing about last season that specifically stuck out to John Schneider. We'll hear his perspective on that coming up next with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans? With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Sometimes even heroes need rescuing.
I'm a retired firefighter, 27 years.
Kurt had severe pain in his knees and his shoulder, which was keeping him from enjoying his well-deserved retirement.
Loved to ski, loved to fish, and couldn't even walk 18 holes.
That's why Kurt decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
He was just awesome. He goes, yeah, give me a shot. And he took care of me. He stemmed my knee and my shoulder.
And how are you feeling now?
I was pain-free in 12 weeks. I play golf now pain-free, and it's awesome.
So you'd recommend this treatment to others in your situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Wagner's, he's had a couple people call me, and I recommended that they do it.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet. But we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is. Like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people, and we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey, do you like spending extra money? Who doesn't, right? No, nobody does, and especially when it's on something like your utility bills, right? If those are noticeably higher in the winter or your home feels drafty, it could be because your attic and crawl space aren't properly insulated. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSC customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yeah, they'll cover up to 95% of the cost. So don't wait. Take advantage of an incredible rebate today. Call Crawl Pros and learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and also what energy rebates you're eligible for. These guys are great. Did an awesome job at my house. So if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Bob Condotta, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. You guys can text in throughout the show. 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. I would just say this, the official spelling for the word tush is Tush. Just throw that out there. Seemed to be a few people had some issues with that.
Yeah, I see. Most people have it right.
Yeah.
I thought somebody had spelled it like touche.
There were a couple of creative spellings there, and I always attribute that speech to text. I'm always going to say, yeah, they know. I mean, my phone does that all the time.
Somebody accused me of talking like speech to text.
That's right.
One of our texters.
That was a pretty good shot.
I was like, you know what? You're right.
That's a pretty good shot.
That's fine.
Something John talked about at the combine that I think is something you and I have talked about, certainly, and we've talked to the texters have weighed in on it big time, and that is what happened to the home field advantage. What has happened? This was the house of horrors. This is the place nobody wanted to come play. We are always in competition with Kansas City trading the record, right? Seattle sets the record. Kansas City breaks it. Seattle breaks that. It was just like these are the two loudest buildings in the entire sport. And you took great pride in false starts of the opposition. And it was just a place where you just dominated. Regardless of what was happening on the road, it was just almost a different team here, and a different outcome could be guaranteed. That's gone away. We've gone through the season records at home, and it has just not been good. And that, for whatever reason, that home field advantage is just gone, and people will point to, opposing fans showing up, season ticket holders selling their tickets, and what have you. But John was asked about it and talked about having to get back to putting a playoff team on the field for the fans, feeling like that'll go a long way.
I feel bad for our fans because, not making the playoffs 2 years in a row, and we got to get Lumen rocking again. We got to get speed on defense and be able to run the ball and get our identity, So new coaching staff now, the new offensive staff, is pretty cool, a proven system, and the teachers are really impressive.
That is a nice place to be like, it's 2 years in a row we haven't been to the playoffs. If you're a Mariner fan, you're going, yeah, and we've been once in over 20 years. Yeah. What are you talking about, Seahawks fans? So it's not the worst place in the world. Yeah, you want to be in the playoffs, obviously. I'm not trying to say you don't, but my goodness, what a disparity. But he's right. I mean, you want to be in the playoffs. You got to get, I don't know if that's, I think it's a handful of different factors that are leading to what's happened at Lumen, and it's not just, hey, they didn't get to the playoffs. Because I think the home field advantage, when you just look at the records previous to the past two seasons, it was going the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, and this is, the other thing, too, it just felt almost like it's like this can't be happening. Because the first, 3 games, they won, they beat Denver and they beat Miami. The rest of the way, they had one more win, and that was Arizona at home. So, yeah, it just was so dominant. I think
3-6 at home.
Yeah, it's brutal. And, like I said, the couple of the wins came early on, so I think people were getting kind of like, okay, we're back on schedule here. And then, man, at one point they lost 5 out of 6. I mean, yeah, it was bad. But, they had some really good wins. The one at San Francisco, I know San Francisco turned out to have a negative record, but that was a pretty good win. Some of their road wins, the 30-18 win over Arizona was really dominant, I thought. But, yeah, and that was pretty – there was some good stuff to like, especially on the road, and it was a 10-7 year. But it's just so weird to me going back to, back to the Kingdom. I mean, it was just like coming in there it was so loud, and I got a chance to be on the other side of that one year coming into, coming into the Kingdom, and it was just always, no matter what their record was, and this year. Saw a fair number of opposing jerseys in the stands.
I mean, losing record
Even
last
Buffalo.
year. Last year, 5-3 at home. Year before, 5-4. Year before in 21, they were. I'm just going back 3-5 at home. So it's been a number of years. It's not just this past 2 years. And I can keep going back. It feels like that. For whatever reason, that home field advantage. Now 2020 is the pandemic year, so. You didn't have the luxury of the crowd and everything there, and they were 7-1 at home, so it was a good year there. But it's been a number of years that has just changed for whatever reason. 2019 they were 4-4 at home. It's been that way. Why it's that way, I think, is a number of different things. And John, talked about the fact that it is an advantage and stresses the importance of getting that edge back at home.
We want to be a smart, tough, physical, fast football team. And, we want to be able to walk. We want to be able to get our home field advantage back and win multiple championships for our fans.
Is it as simple as them just being a dominant team? Do you think that some people, we get texters that are season ticket holders saying, man, they're charging me X amount of dollars and I can make my money back on selling, 4 games or 3 games. I can pay for my whole season. And I'm not here to tell people how to fan. If that's your money, you spent it. You can do with those tickets what you choose. I as a fan would prefer that building be packed with Seahawks fans, but I can't sit here and say, well, I know you paid for them with your money, but you shouldn't be allowed to sell them.
Or is that just the way the NFL is going? Because, on the road, we see a fair amount of Seahawk fans, and maybe it's just because our fans travel, but geographically, we're the most isolated, right? Fans are taking, unless they live there, they're taking the longest trips.
But are those places that used to be dominant the way Seattle was? Like Arizona is a place.
For sure.
Arizona's always been like that. In fact, our guy Paul Moyer sent me a clip on Twitter of the talk show host out there talking with the GM going, how do we fix this? How do we get the opposing fans out of here? And he didn't specify. He's like, we've got some ideas on how to handle this. What that is, I don't know. But the point being, they've never been that building where people went, oh man, you don't want to play there. Oh. This was that place, and It's changed.
Yeah, you can tell that Arizona hasn't really changed because, well, number one, they haven't been good for a long time. What were they in the NFC Championship game against Carolina? I think that was for Super Bowl 50 where Carolina went and played the Broncos and lost. But, that has always been a place that, nobody's coming to Seattle in like November as far as the weather goes. But as far as the weather goes down in Arizona, you can understand that a lot of people would go down there. But that'll be interesting to see how. Who was it? The GM or the owner?
I have to go back and look at the clip he sent me. It was a talk show host with either the owner or the GM, but he wasn't specific on how they were going to address it. I'll show it to you during the break.
I'm curious, like how they're going to handle that. You're going to accept money from whoever's trying to buy tickets there. You're not going to turn people away at the door, so that'll be interesting to see what they do. But it's been, I don't know if that's just a trend that maybe no matter how good the Seahawks are, there's always going to be other fans that want to come in here. But it's just it kind of hurts a little bit when you because we all go to the games and you look down and see the one that bothered me the most this year, Buffalo. Because I'm like, there were a ton of Buffalo fans there.
49ers were bad too, man.
Well, I kind of expect that one.
But we hate the 49ers.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
We shouldn't be seeing that many 49er fans in this building.
But, the Buffalo fans, I assume that a lot of them coming from the other end of the country, so... Yeah.
All right. Coming up, Brock and Salk are down in Peoria this week. We're going to get Salk's perspective on everything he's seen so far. That's coming up next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
Mariners general manager Justin Hollander.
Big picture, what jumps out about this personnel group?
I think the depth of the pitching really stands out. Last year, obviously we had bullpen injuries that affected us. And I think coming into camp, it was one of our questions is this group of collective pitchers 1 through 13 as deep and good as it has been in previous years? This year feels different. It feels more like 23 for us, more like 22 for us, just in terms of the depth of interesting arms, the guys who we really think can contribute.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Kinematics Marine Equipment reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Kinematics Marine Equipment, your nationwide source for marine deck gear for over 40 years. Online at kinematicsmarine.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires PayPal and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then You spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ooh, got a dash light on? The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can read your check engine, ABS, and other warning lights to help you find the fix. You'll get an easy-to-read report with clear next steps. And we can recommend a trusted local shop if you need one. It's the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes. The free Fix Finder service with shop referral. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Live Golf's Anthony Kim said he's been diagnosed with a blood clot. Today he shared the news on his Instagram story saying 2 weeks before the golf league starts, I started feeling bad but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Well, I found out yesterday it was a blood clot in his leg. The 39-year-old had played in Live Golf's first two events of 2025, was preparing for the early February event in Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, the Cincinnati Bengals plan to make All-Pro wide receiver Jamar Chase the highest-paid non-quarterback in the NFL. The quote, he's going to end up being the number one paid non-quarterback in the league, their director of player personnel said. We're there. Let's get it done. The earlier we can do some of this stuff, the freer it gives us to build the rest of the team.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Mariners spring training is underway. Brock and Salk out there this week. We will be out there next week. But joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline from Brock and Salk is Mike Salk. How are you, man?
Good morning, or afternoon, I guess it is now. Hi, Bob. How are you?
Good. How's everything out there? It looks like it's very sunny, very warm, and outside of the weather, how's the team look to you? Are you optimistic?
Well,
are you excited?
Let's start with 87 degrees. Yes, it is 87 degrees, and it's just like not a cloud in the sky. Perfect.
Quit bragging.
Yeah, no, it's a brag. That's a straight up brag. It's been good. You know, as frustrating as the off season has been, you know how it is. You show up at spring training and there's hope because the players are there and you can start writing those scripts in your head of, well, if this guy does that and if this guy does this and if this guy's able to play up to what he did and if they, you know, you can start writing those if scenarios because none of them are impossible. It's hard to imagine that all of them are going to play out that way. But there is talent on this team, and it's all sort of centered around, obviously, the pitching staff. And you know, like, hey, look, Julio Rodriguez, if he's great, the team will be good. If Mitch Garver is the player that he was 2 years ago instead of last year, they'll be better. If Jorge Polanco is the guy he was 2 years ago, like, you can start writing all these scripts. I don't know if they're all going to happen, but it is a lot easier to get caught up in some of the hope while you're here than it is over the course of the offseason.
Yeah, it's interesting, Mike. You know, I guess the only one you didn't name there as far as the what if, there's probably other ones, but Dylan Moore, can he be your everyday second baseman? But, you know, as of all of those question marks, which are the top one or two?
Well, it's funny. Let me first just chat about Dylan Moore for a second, then I'll answer the question because we talked to Jay Buhner last week, and he brought up Dylan Moore and said that's his guy. He thinks he's going to have a great year.
Yeah.
Talked to Kevin Seitzer, the hitting coach today, and said, hey, give me three guys that you're enjoying working with. And, yeah, it was Julio was the first one. Second guy he mentioned, Dylan Moore. And so there is that element of, hey, a guy that's kind of been bounced around, hard to get into a rhythm, in all likelihood is going to be given an opportunity to play that position every day. Those guys seem excited about what he's able to do. So I think it's interesting that you brought him up also because that's clearly on the mind of some of the guys here in Peoria. In terms of the big question mark, look, you guys know it as well as I do. It's Julio. Yeah. If Julio is the guy that he's supposed to be, they're good. All the problems they've had offensively the last few years, They've never had a problem offensively when Julio has been on. I mean, they've had all kinds of problems making up for the fact that he's not been able to do it game in, game out over 6 months. But when he's hot, they're good, and the offense is just fine. So I don't mean to simplify an entire season down to, is Julio good or not? That's the answer. But it is amazing how much the offense just keeps coming back to him.
Yeah, as it should. He's being paid as the face, the superstar, the centerpiece. So you know the expectations are there. The guy that really brought just infused some life into this team last year was Victor Robles, and we saw a version of him that, frankly, we hadn't seen in his time in the big leagues. What's a realistic? I've been saying over and over, I can't hold him to those numbers that he put up in 77 games. It was great, it was fun, but I don't think he's going to have almost 400 on base and steal 30 bases in 77 games. But what do you think? How does he look? I don't know how much you've had a chance to see him, but B, what do you think a realistic expectation is for him?
Yeah, I mean, those numbers he put up last year were like MVP kind of candidate numbers, and I don't know that I agree with you 100%. You're not going to hold Victor Robles to doing that. I will say they've prepared for that a little bit, right? If it doesn't work out, Luke Raley is still capable of playing right field on a semi-daily basis. So they do have at least something in the tank just in case. I don't, Bob, if it was 400 on base last year, is 350, 360 reasonable? If it was 30 stolen bases in 70-something games last year, is 45 stolen bases reasonable? Right? If he gets on base, they're going to send him because this team is going to be incredibly aggressive with the guys that are supposed to be aggressive. They're going to make mistakes. I mean, they are the one big difference when you are aggressive, and we saw this last year. You get the benefits of being aggressive and you get the extra bag, but then you also get some of the mistakes that come with it and the extra outs you give the other team, right? You saw Julio get, thrown off third, right? And you had Victor Robles thrown out at the plate. I think they're going to live with some of those mental errors that Scott's teams generally didn't have in order to get some of the aggressiveness that they want. And nobody fits that better than Robles. And he is energetic. I mean, you hear him, you see him. He's got he kind of went copper with the hair to join Randy and Julio in the outfield. But he, they've got like all the equipment around, all the workout equipment. And they've got a bunch of hurdles just kind of stacked up somewhere, and like he's just running and jumping over hurdles, not as a workout, but just because they're there. And he's like a middle school kid jumping up to tap the top of the every doorway that they walk through. Like he just is kind of a bubbly, energetic personality.
I love that. I love that about him. Hey, Mike, sorry to get back to Julio again, but at what point, I mean, he's 24 years old now. So do we say, oh, well, he's still young? Or, as far as the pressure for him to perform, let's say, I mean, he bats, his batting average at the end of the year is like 250. It takes, 23-point hit or whatever. At what point does all of a sudden not only to have better numbers, but also to be more consistent? What's sort of the timetable for Julio?
Like right about now, I would say. Yeah. I mean, I think that I'm done with saying Julio's young. Brock and I were just talking about that today. I'm not going to say Julio's young anymore. He's not. He's still a younger player. I don't mean he's an old man, but at 24, this is when guys are coming up to the big leagues, and all of the minor league time that those guys have had, he's now had in the major leagues, getting himself ready. This is the age when really good players get really good. So I that's not to say that if he struggles this year, he's toast and that's going to be the end. Obviously, that's an exaggeration. Yeah. But I don't think it's unreasonable at all to hold Julio accountable at this point to being, a very good player and certainly, in that MVP kind of mix, because that's the kind of talent he has. If it doesn't get put together at 24, in his fourth year in the big leagues, I don't know when it's coming. So he's had a couple different people. He's got his hitting coach, his personal coach, Ovi. He's got Kevin Seitzer now and Edgar, who seems to have reached him at the end of last year. I loved seeing him today. They played the Dodgers, and he roped a double to right center, hit it really hard on the screws. If he does that, it does seem like everything else in his game will just come. But I think you're right on. 24 years old, fourth year in the league, it's go time for Julio.
Hey, What do you make of the final 34 games? That seems to be the marker everybody wants to point to on the positive side. Hey, look what they were here. Well, problem is the Seahawks, the Mariners season is 6 months long. It's not 2 months long. You know, they had 4+ dreadful months. So which version is true? Are we to say, well, Edgar fixed everything, and because he's worked with the team even at home before, it's not like he just showed up out of nowhere and sprinkled fairy dust on everybody. He's been there. He wasn't the man. He was earlier, 2016, 2017. But so I'm wondering if we're putting too much into that final 34, or is that what you think is a reasonable expectation for Dan and Edgar and Seitzer?
I mean, that is the thing, right, Bob? I mean, you're hitting on, other than the Julio question, to me, that is the other biggest question about this team is, what are they? Do you understand specifically what the offensive philosophy is? I know it's different. I know what it looked like last year in a 30-something game sprint to the finish, when things do look a little different than when you've got a marathon ahead of you, of 6 months, 162 games. I know it's more aggressive. I know that they're going to be more likely to play for one run more often than trying to wait for the 3, 4, 5 run crooked number inning. So I get a sense that there's some philosophical differences. They have to believe, otherwise, if they don't believe that those 34 games are real, then their offseason is the biggest disaster of all time. The only way their offseason makes sense is if they truly believe there was a philosophical or communication problem from Scott through, the hitting coaches, et cetera, that was causing good players to have the worst seasons of their career. And so, it's been more relaxed here. Scott, I think some of the question was whether or not he just, gripped the bats too tight, maybe overmanaged, was trying to make the right move all the time, and Dan's a little bit more relaxed. Edgar trying to help them simplify the approach rather than overcomplicating, which I think maybe happened last year, especially at the beginning of the year with Brant Brown as the offensive coordinator. Though you can feel it. I mean, talking to Kevin Seitzer today, who's super laid back and friendly and, played in the big leagues for a long, long time, had a great career in Kansas City and elsewhere, versus Brant Brown. Did you guys talk to him last year? He was intense. I mean, really, really intense. And that can have an advantage. I mean, he had a lot of success in L.A. and Florida, et cetera, but they're obviously going 180 degrees of the opposite. So, as I said, there are drawbacks to a relaxed approach. You may see more mental mistakes on the base paths in the field than we saw the last few years with Scott. But the other side of it is, hopefully it gets some of these guys unlocked and allows them to just hit a little bit better and gain some confidence, and allows that aggressiveness to put a few more runs on the board. Doesn't have to be a lot, just a few more runs on the board to allow the pitching staff to do its thing.
Hey, just back to the philosophy. We listened to your interview with Justin Hollander, and he sort of, he kind of bounced back on that, saying that philosophically they have not changed, and it's more about the messaging. And as you said, Brant Brown and maybe Jared DeHart was a little bit more of a convoluted message, and Edgar's just simplifying it. But I'm curious if you feel like there should be a philosophical change. He was pretty adamant in saying no, it's not. We're attacking it the same way, but do you think it should change?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, the first thing I would say is I didn't entirely agree with Justin. I mean, I know that he's the guy who's doing it, so who am I to argue? But I sure felt like my eyes told me there was a philosophical difference last year, in those last 30-something games with the bunting and the aggressiveness. And, it felt like much more of an old school 80s, 90s baseball kind of approach. I mean, I think what they would say, and if Justin were here kind of arguing with me, I think what he would say is, no, we're more just letting everybody do their own thing. And for Victor Robles, that means being aggressive. And for Leo Rivas, that means bunting even early in a game. But for Julio and for Randy Arozarena and for Cal, it just means trying to simplify. So, look, I have a lot of questions about trying to overthrow a 3 decades worth of analytical data that has shown the game is better played in one way versus another. On the other hand, you got a ballpark that has, it's different. It's just different from the other 29 parks. This is not it's not an opinion. It's a fact. And it's been proven now that it is the hardest park to hit in. You've got great pitching. You know it's going to suppress runs. So how are you going to scratch out a few? And maybe they are in a unique spot where the type of philosophy that the analytical community has essentially disproven over the last 30 years makes sense in this unique spot in Seattle. I don't know how to answer your question, Bob. I don't know if it should change. I really don't. I don't know the right answer on that, but I'm awfully curious to see how it plays out, because if it does change and it works, that's like the new future of the Mariners.
Well, Mike, I'll ask you a question that's probably better suited for Brock Heward, but who looks good? Who looks like they really worked hard in the offseason?
All right, let's see. You want my version of the Buff Dude report. And you're right. It is better. It is better suited for Brock. I mean, he is.
The way he talks about, particularly Bob's calves, it's creepy. It's really creepy.
Dave, he's analyzing every one of these guys.
Yeah, of course.
He's all in on Brian Woo's legs and thighs, upper legs. And for good reason. Like, he's not wrong, by the way. It's creepy, but he's not wrong. You know who? Have you been up close with Randy Arozarena? Have you seen him up close?
No.
Yeah, in the clubhouse.
He's not. Yes, and Bob, you would agree. I think he's not as big and tall as I thought he was. He's like a little running back, a little like free safety. He is a jacked little dude, and he carries himself with an intensity that's a little different, I think, from a lot of the other guys. He's not, on the field he plays with a ton of flair and flourish. Off the field, he's quiet. He is mostly, from what I've seen, more by himself, whereas a lot of the guys kind of move in packs. But he just exudes something. I'm a big Randy fan, so I'm excited about having him in the lineup every day and seeing what that looks like. He definitely stands out. This Laz Montez guy's a freaking monster. Oh, my God, he's gigantic. And then they've got this pitcher, Vargas, I want to say. Wait till you see this guy. He's like 6'8". He's like a mountain. He's absolutely gigantic. I don't know if he's any good, but he's huge.
He's intimidating on the mound.
Yeah, you don't want to be. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to face him. Oh man, I got to. So the way they've got it set up now, you can get right behind the catchers while they're catching bullpens, like right behind them. It's awesome. There's a little screen there, and you can stand right behind them. And I stood with Rick Riz yesterday, basically in the right-handed batter box, but behind the catcher, for Andres Munoz throwing his bullpen. And I mean, the fastball's insane. As you know, this changeup is the thing that everybody's all gaga about. He threw a slider and Blake Hunt was catching, and you could just audibly hear him say, "Oh my gosh." I mean, he was just like, so yeah, I mean, they've got guys, especially on that pitching mound, that are going to bring it and rush it up there and intimidate and all of it. I just think it's cool whenever players are impressed by each other. And I'm sure you felt the same way when you were playing. Like, there were some guys that just had the ability to do things that didn't seem human. And that's sort of what that Blake Hunt reaction felt like.
Hey, what's your level of confidence in the infield? It seems like it's a question mark for me at best. I mean, I have no idea what Polanco's going to look like at third. I'm surprised he's back. It was not a good experience last year with him, and hopefully it was all about the injury, so we'll find out. But 20 career starts at third base, and that's where he'll be. JP coming off a down year. Dylan Moore obviously is going to be the guy to open things at second base, but it could be Bliss, could be Leo Rivas, it could be who knows? And then Luke Raley and some Solano, Rowdy Tellez sort of platoon. What's your level of confidence in the infield?
My level of concern is high, and defensively especially. Yes. And it was high last year. I was pretty worried about the defense last year, and I think I look at it now, and I think it's taken a step back. So I am concerned. I've watched 2 games this spring with J.P. Crawford at short, and in those games he's made 3 errors. I don't know that means he's going to do that, over the course of the year. I don't want to read too much into it, but it's another year older for JP, whose defense has taken a little step back from the Gold Glove caliber it was a few years ago. Luke Raley is an outfielder who's playing first base. Donovan Solano is 5'8", and that's not a traditional height for a first baseman.
Yeah.
And both of those things, I think, both with Raley and with Solano, become an even bigger issue if Jorge Polanco is having trouble adjusting to making a throw from third base. He's been a second baseman and a shortstop. I don't think he looked good throwing last year from second.
Yeah.
So I got some concerns about what he's going to look like throwing from third. So, every one of those positions is a question mark. It's one of the reasons the guy that has kind of caught my eye here is Ben Williamson.
Yeah.
And he caught my eye here last year, too. I texted with Keith Law today, and he's like, Gold Glove, third base. And you can see it. I mean, he can really pick it at third.
Right.
And he's like, no one thinks the bat's going to play. No one thinks the swing is good. I mean, I watch him today, and it's like, I guess I don't know how to tell if a player has a bad swing. It looks like everybody else's swing. He looks like a professional baseball player swinging a bat. And every time I watch him down here, he seems to get hits. So he's 24. He's not 19, 20 like some of the other guys in this organization. He went to college. He's older. I don't think he makes the team out of spring training, but he's definitely someone I have my eyes on if Polanco's either unable to play third physically or is injured again, which has sort of been his history. I got my eyes on Ben Williamson as a player we might see sooner rather than later.
What do you, as far as the chances, this is another what if, Mitch Garver, just tell us about, what he's also one of those guys that you could list along with Julio being consistent offensively, Polanco at third, et cetera, but as far as he goes, how likely do you think from what you've seen and just, the kind of person that Mitch Garver is that he's back to where he was when the Mariners acquired him?
Here's the good news on Mitch Garver. He's been good every other year of his career. All the odd number years he's been good, the even number years he's been bad. And this is an odd numbered year. So history tells us that he should be just fine. I don't think he could possibly be worse than he was last year. I mean, that would be almost impossible to imagine. And he actually looks pretty good. His swing looks a little shorter. I mean, I've watched him in 2 games also. And Sunday, I saw him with 2 short little swings to just dump the ball into left field, just line drives kind of through the shortstop hole for hits. Today, we went to go watch the game against the Dodgers on the road, and he drove a pitch the other way for a right center home run. If Mitch Garver can do both of those things this year, he turns back into your everyday DH, right? He turns back into the player you signed last year as, I think, the highest paid free agent hitter of Jerry's term here. So, they spent money on Mitch Haniger. Or that's twice I've said that. Sorry, Mitch Garver.
Yeah, they're spending money on him, too.
Yeah, I know that. But they spent money on him as a free agent. And they need him to be good. I also think, look, he was clearly uncomfortable last year. He talked about the death threats, obviously the park and everything else got in his head. Maybe a second year of feeling more comfortable. Maybe, we always get caught up in a guy is one way, he's going to stay that way. But he's got coaches. Maybe he went to see a mental skills coach or something along those lines in the offseason to try to work through whatever was hampering him and keeping him from being the player he's always been. Again, I don't want to sit here and hype up Mitch Garver and tell you that, hey, this guy's back because he hit a home run in spring training. That's foolish. But do I think it's impossible that he comes back and has a good year? No. He's been a good player before. Of course he could have a good year.
Last thing before I let you go, got about 20 seconds. Who should be, assuming everybody's healthy, and they had a decent spring, they all had a decent spring, who's the opening day starter?
Yeah, I got to go. It's really good talking to you. I think I'd go with Luis. I think they're going to go with Logan. That's my gut, and we're going to talk to Dan Wilson tomorrow. I would go with Luis because I just think you got to have a good reason not to go with the oldest veteran. But if Logan's your best pitcher, and if you think you're trying to, maybe give him a stake in the team to try to sign him long term, yeah, all right, I could see doing it. But I got to have a good reason not to go with Luis, to go with someone else. Otherwise, to me, it's Luis's job. Hey, one little quick thing. I know you guys got to run. Conversation with Cal Raleigh today that will air tomorrow. We asked him specifically about signing a long-term deal and whether or not he needed to become a free agent, and he specifically said, no, I'm absolutely willing to sign before becoming a free agent. So you can hear the whole interview tomorrow, but I thought that was pretty cool news for the Mariners.
Well, hopefully they act upon that. Let's get that done. Right. Let's get it done.
Absolutely.
Mike, we appreciate you, man. Have fun out there. Use some sunblock. And
all right, guys.
Watch out for stray foul balls out there as well.
Oh, my gosh.
Thanks,
yes,
Mike.
Foul balls, golf balls, the whole deal.
He doesn't need suntan lotion. He's got a sweater.
See?
That's mean.
We had to take a shot there. One shot.
Thanks, Mike.
See you guys.
Thanks, Mike. See ya. There you go. Brock and Salk out there all week, and the Cal Raleigh interview will air tomorrow, so definitely I'm sure we'll be talking about what he had to say there. Meanwhile, one NFC West rival might undergo a massive roster shakeup this offseason. We're going to get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
Mariners general manager Justin Hollander.
Big picture, what jumps out about this personnel group?
I think the depth of the pitching really stands out. Last year, obviously we had bullpen injuries that affected us. And I think coming into camp, it was one of our questions is this group of collective pitchers 1 through 13 as deep and good as it has been in previous years? This year feels different. It feels more like 23 for us, more like 22 for us, just in terms of the depth of interesting arms, the guys who we really think can contribute.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Let's talk stats. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the state of Washington ranks number 4 in the whole U.S. for the highest concentration of roofers. That's literally thousands of roofers to choose from. So how do you know how to pick the right one for your home? Well, you start by eliminating those who aren't GAF Master Elite certified. That's about 97% of all roofers. So now you're down to the elite 3%. How many have over 35 years of experience? How many utilize the catch-all system to keep yards and driveways clear of any debris? Family-owned with local roots and have the stamp of approval from the Mike Salk household? Well, that leaves you with just one, the roofing company you can trust. That's Riverside Roofing. In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They have openings this winter for your roof project. So have them out to your house this week. Call them at 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
The Cantina at Silver Reef is an experience for your senses. The smells, the sounds, the flavors is a night you deserve. Experience the experience at the Cantina at Silver Reef today. Serving traditionally inspired dishes made with the finest authentic ingredients. This is one experience that you can enjoy more than once in a lifetime. Experience it today at Silver Reef Casino Resort in Ferndale, Washington. And visit our website, silverreefcasino.com, to check out our menu.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box package food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Yeah, Mike Salk here, and I am one of those 4,000 people. I lost 35 pounds in just 8 weeks, and it's exactly as Dr. Coogan said. I lost that weight while eating good, quality food that you buy at the grocery store, and it wasn't that hard. Call them at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to Mike Salk, who joined us from Peoria out there at spring training. The Brock and Salk show happening out there all week. We will be out there live next week, and hopefully we'll get some good weather as well. 85 sounds a bit extreme.
Yeah, you said 87. Are you sweating?
That's pretty hot.
It's kind of
well, and
hot.
as you mentioned, he's wearing a full-time sweater, so that doesn't help anything. But yeah, we'll be out there next week and see what that weather's like and who we're talking to. Meanwhile, looking at the NFC West this year, or going into this coming season, seems like there could be a lot of shakeup there, specifically with the 49ers and the Rams in the way of major pieces.
Yeah.
Deebo Samuel's been given the go-ahead to find a new team, to find a trade partner out there. We were hearing about the Matt Stafford thing going on with the Rams, and he was asked about the trade speculation and everything that's going on with the Rams and his future there. Here's what Matthew Stafford had to say.
We've had conversations where he could probably play however much longer he wants, but it's been on a year-to-year in terms of our dialogue. Is that one? Is that two? Only he can answer that. But there does have to be an element of understanding, well, what does that future look like without this freaking G that's been our quarterback for the last 4 years? And there's no right or wrong way to go about it. But I do think for us to be able to make the most educated decision in terms of, all right, the cash budget that we operate on, the draft comp that you would get in return, you just need to be able to have all the parameters to at least explore it.
Obviously, Sean McVay cuts labeled Matt Stafford, but he's talking about Stafford there, who's a freaking G.
I guess gangster?
Gangster, that's right.
You don't say it gangster.
Gangster.
Gangsta.
See, what happens, Dave, in today's vernacular with the young kids is a gangster is good. It is a good thing. No, it's so he's a G. He's obviously got a lot of respect for him. By the way, you realize how squeaky McVay's voice is.
I know.
There.
Yeah. Really. Remember in Idiocracy, he was running his pimp game. A pimp has love. It's interesting what you mentioned, the NFC West, though. I mean, because, the 49ers, how are they going to – they have so many – we were walking out of the building last year, and remember Tyler Lockett was like, I don't know how these guys are going to be any good going forward.
Talking about the Niners?
Yeah. I mean, that was right after they beat him on a last-second, Geno touchdown. But
he was saying that about what,
yeah,
like their salary cap?
The Niners and their salary cap, and how are they going to re-sign all these guys? And, Deebo Samuel, and I don't know that he went into specifics, but it was kind of interesting to hear him kind of talk about the kind of things that we talk about. I mean, typically you don't know what somebody's contract is or whatever. You just know, he's not susceptible to a double move or whatever. So, but yeah, the Niners look like they're in trouble. I don't ever see the Cardinals as a threat, but maybe.
They need to prove it.
Yeah,
they need to prove it before you start buying into, they're going to be a problem. I don't buy them. But the Rams and 49ers have been. But you're talking about Debo leaving now. Maybe he's just not what he once was. He's 29 years old. He'd had 670 receiving yards last year, 3 touchdowns, played in 15 games, 51 receptions. Often he'll pile up some rushing yards, had 136 rushing yards last year, 1 touchdown. So just not very impactful in the 15 games he played.
Yeah, and not like he used to be. And I mean, maybe he's one of those players that's getting old fast, right? I mean, you look at the way he's so physical, the way that he runs, and, for a guy that's, I don't know, he's sort of built like a running back, but
he had the 1 year, 21. He had 1,400 receiving yards, 6 touchdowns, and in that same year, he had 8 rushing touchdowns. Yeah. Just 365 yards, but 8 rushing touchdowns. So incredibly productive year. It's actually the only year he's gone over 1,000 yards in receiving.
Yeah,
was in 21.
Well, yeah, and then you look at over 15 as far as almost 18 as far as his all-purpose yardage, but. Yeah, I mean, he just kind of, you're right, he's been kind of on a steady decline as far as his talent goes. I don't know if it's because he's getting beat up or whatever, but yeah, I don't know. I don't see them, doing much with him. I'm not sure where he's going to end up.
Yeah, and then you look at the Rams, and if they lose their frickin' G, then they go to Garoppolo, they go to Stetson Bennett, I guess, or they go out and try to acquire another. I don't know. Look, I'd be happy if he didn't come back with the Rams. I'd like them to be. I think Matt Stafford is still a good quarterback. I don't put him in the elite category, but I think he's still shown he can be a problem and win games for him. So, if they put it all in the lap of Garoppolo or Stetson Bennett, or I don't know who if it's going to be the usual cast of characters out there as far as veterans that'll be available, that puts them in a weird spot.
So Stetson Bennett I
think he's a 4th or 5th rounder, right?
Yeah, and he's like 27, 28 years old, I think, as far as, I don't know. He always seems like kind of a Tim Tebow to me, like he's a really good quarterback in college. But yeah, I don't know where they're going with their quarterback, and it seemed like.
Yeah, he's 27. He'll be 28 in October.
It seems like with McVay that once he gets tired of a quarterback, he just like, I'm done with Jared Goff. And maybe he's at that point with Matthew Stafford, where he's like, I'm ready to move on.
But he called him a G.
Yeah. He's trying to be diplomatic, I think.
Trying to be hip.
Yeah.
He's trying to be hip. So, yeah, I mean, it sets up for, presumably the Seahawks are locking down Geno Smith. That sounds like what's happening. They're going to enter into that process. We'll see what happens with DK. But it feels like if they can just get that line to a respectable level, that the defense, I've got faith. It's the defense for me now feels like the bullpen of the Mariners. I just kind of feel like they're going to get it fixed. Yeah. And they did get it fixed throughout the year. Now we just don't know what's going to happen as far as the future of Jaron Reed, who's a free agent. Draymond Jones is a guy I think we all look at and everybody looks at going, all right, what's going to happen there? Because that's a big cap hit for a guy that isn't the most electric player on your defense. He's solid, but I don't think you could say he's worth that cap hit.
Since you're making comparisons, who's the starting rotation, the Mariners starting rotation on the Seahawks? Which position group? Because you just said the defense just in general is about.
It's kind of like their bullpen.
Like the bullpen.
Yeah. Starting
maybe edge rushers?
Yeah, because I can't go corners because I think Reek, we're trying to figure out who he is. You love Devin Witherspoon. He's your ace.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Linebacker, I like Ernest Jones and Tyrese Knight. There's 2 right there.
And there's
if you go outside linebackers with Boye Mafe, and so maybe your linebackers are your starting rotation.
Yeah, your Uchenna and your edge rushers, Boye and
how do you distinguish? How do you personally distinguish between an outside linebacker and a defensive end?
Hand in the dirt.
That's
typically, but Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I've seen Boye Mafe with his hand down in a 3-point stance. I'm sure he has, but typically he's standing up. You know, I look at Dre Jones as more of a defensive end, not a linebacker, and just if they're dropping back into coverage and things like that. But
yeah, because we saw, like I told you, I'd seen our guy Cliff Averill listed as both at different times,
Yeah,
like
like a
listed, you know, defensive end Cliff Averill, and then outside linebacker Cliff Averill.
I never thought of him as an outside linebacker. I mean, technically that may have been true, but I don't, and certainly never on the second level.
Yeah,
always, you know, up front. But boy, he was good.
Oh, he's great. So good. So good. All right, coming up, there are 2 hitters who could benefit the most from new Mariner hitting coach Kevin Seitzer. We'll talk about that next with Wyman and Bob. Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball.
Our goal really is to come out of spring training and to play that consistent brand of baseball from beginning to end.
Go behind the scenes with Brock and Salk as the Seattle Mariners get ready for the 2025 season. All this week from 6 to 10.
What a masterful performance by the big right-hander Logan Gilbert.
And hear every pitch of spring training baseball on Seattle Sports. Streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Holy smokes.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. Swedish is the only CyberKnife center in the Pacific Northwest, and compared with other radiation treatments, which can sometimes last 6 to 9 weeks, CyberKnife treatment is much shorter. It's typically 5 days or less. And CyberKnife's advanced robotic technology can track your slightest body movement, adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme accuracy, sparing healthy tissue. And the vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects and may continue normal activities during treatment. So CyberKnife offers curative cancer treatment while minimizing side effects and disruption to a patient's life. Also, the experienced CyberKnife team has helped advance the field with research protocols and published findings. And Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over Washington state. So if you, a friend or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires credit bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99. With the ultra-bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super-fast 5G network. See? Isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account and port in on $60 plan. First service charge and tax to its sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought, I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and I had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Still to come today on the show, El Hombre, Michael Bradley, will join us. We'll get his. I'm anxious to get his take on the Packers being outed as the team that want to ban the Tush Push.
Oh, I'm sure he'll say, oh, well, it's just gamesmanship, and
yeah.
I understand them wanting to. No, there's going to be no.
He'll be very understanding, very composed, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So we'll get his take on that and everything else going on in the world of sports. Meanwhile, just talking about the Mariners and hopefully, their offense being impacted by a full season of Edgar, a full season of Dan Wilson, and you also have Kevin Seitzer, who's been brought in, who's had success as a player, had success as a hitting coach in Atlanta, and he was on with Brock and Salk today, and a couple of bites from him. Here he is just talking about, the plan that they have in place for Julio Rodriguez.
It's just going to continue. My focus is continue to build off the path, the direction that Edgar put him on at the end of the season, because he finished really strong. He's been a swing guy, he's been a chase guy, but he's also been a damage guy. And so there's good and the bad. And what I found, all the young kids that came up, the Acuñas, Albies, Rileys, those guys, Michael Harris, that as they came through the system, they had their adjustment issues that they had to make to big league pitching. And when he came up crashing on the scene, all of a sudden pitchers start making adjustments. Sometimes hitters can try and make the wrong adjustments in order to be ready to hit what they're trying to do to you. And I feel like what Edgar did with him is really get him locked in on a consistent approach and plan to where he was staying in the middle of the field.
I'd love to know if, hopefully we'll get a chance to speak with Julio down there. We'll see. But just specifically, what is the biggest difference between what you were being told to do by Brant Brown, Jarrett DeHart, versus what you're being told to do by Edgar?
Yeah.
Is it essentially the same thing? It's just being messaged to you in a way that just made sense, or is it completely different? Because I don't really know. I don't know what the plan was for him with those guys versus when Edgar came in, and people make it sound like there wasn't this huge philosophical change. It was more about how the message was being relayed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the words, like I said, we talk about this all the time as far as football as well. I mean, it's just who says things the right way, and how do you turn around a guy like Sam Darnold? Very, very interesting to me. I was looking at just Julio's end of the year stats, just took the last 40 games. 293 batting average, his OPS 839, had 6 doubles, 9 home runs, and 30 RBIs. That's in 39 games, basically. So
that's a nice run.
That's a really good run. But it's funny, you can go anywhere in Julio's career over the last 3 years and pick a month and a half, and it's either going to be really bad or really good.
Yeah, he hasn't had a beginning to end year yet.
Right.
Where he's just been rock solid. And again, you allow for slumps. It happens to everybody. You're going to have a, 2 for his last 20 or what have you, or something along those lines. But yeah, he's just had kind of just month after month where you're going, what's going on? And then puts it together, like you said, for 5 weeks, 6 weeks, and it makes the end of the season numbers look like, oh, he had a pretty solid year, when you're going, yeah, he did and he didn't.
Yeah, you know what's funny, though? We've been talking about this coaching thing going, and I've given examples, but there was never a time where I blamed my coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a professional, man. You're a professional baseball player, football player. It's up to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not up to a coach. Now, it's always nice when they say something. And that was one of the things in the NFL. I never really got coached as far as the technique and stuff like that. It was like they assumed you already knew that. But there was a couple of times where Tom Catlin came over to me. He was like, because he played linebacker in the 50s, played for Cleveland. And, he's like, hey, you got to get your hips lower, or just little things like that just was like, wow, that felt great.
Yeah.
And I remember him saying, like, how did that feel? And I was like, it felt great. Thank you. And I wonder if that's the kind of connection that they're building with Seitzer and obviously with Gar.
Yeah, you hope so.
Edgar.
Sure. Yeah, Gar is fine.
Those of us that are close with him call him Gar.
His friends call him Gar.
Yeah.
Seitzer was asked whether he's concerned with Julio's high swing percentage from last year.
Guys are going to have chase. That chase comes with this game because of the electric pitching that we see nowadays, the high velos, the late breaking stuff, the strike to ball stuff. Guys, if you get on hitters too much about don't chase, then you're making them late on 90% of the fastballs they're going to see. So the approach, being consistent with the approach, the more you think middle of the field to opposite field, the better you see the ball. So you're able to check off the secondary stuff that are chase pitches more often than you were if you were just in see ball, hit ball, and just swing it, thrown ball.
Yeah, that's my approach in softball.
It's so ridiculous that anybody can even get a bat on. That'll be really cool. Like Salk was telling us, you can stand back behind the catcher and see. I have no idea. It's the hardest thing in sports.
Yeah, hitting a ball that's moving, and it's moving at 98, 99, 100 miles an hour.
I mean, golf, I know, is really tough, but the ball's not moving.
Yeah, that's what makes it so frustrating.
Yeah.
You should be able to crush that thing.
Yeah, but it's going to be kind of cool to see. What's the name of the big machine that puts Traject? Yeah. I'm curious if we can get a chance to go out there and see that. I think they have
stand in against it, or
no, just look at it, because I think
I saw
it
before.
Does it have the image of the pitcher?
Yeah.
That's incredible. Why did you get in there and I didn't?
I don't know if I was supposed to be there.
Oh. You were breaking the rules.
I was wandering, Dave. I was just wandering around.
Why? Because Bob was curious.
Yeah, just curious, and I had questions. One more from Seitzer. He was asked which hitter he's looking forward to working with most this season.
Well, obviously Julio, Dylan Moore. He was in Atlanta. I think it was 2015. He was in AA, and he was one of those kids that comes over, just for a fill-in in a big league game. And there's probably, in all my years as a hitting coach, there's been about 5 kids that when they come over, I get excited to see them. That sucker was a little get-after-it gamer, grinder, fighter when he was just doing his flips in the cage, had a smile on his face, intensity, work ethic, and he just lit my day up, and I told him every time he came over, and then he was gone.
And now he's here, and you can work with him again. Maybe you can get him to hit right-handers.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Well, it's nice to hear that he's that excited about it.
Yeah, look, he might have the magic words. I mean, Dylan he's an older player now. He's not a young man anymore. He's in his, what did we say, 32, 33 at this point?
I want to say he's turning 34.
Yeah, so he kind of is, like we talked about, he kind of is who he is, but you never know. I mean, I've certainly allow for the idea that he hears the magic words from Kevin Seitzer and something unlocks, and he's able to, find it. Yeah, he'll be 33 in August.
Okay.
So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, it sounds like it's his job to lose at second base. So if Seitzer can press the right buttons, then so be it. Meanwhile, there's one reason why this could be one of the most intriguing drafts of John Schneider's career. We'll tell you what that's about. Coming up next with Wyman and Bob, it's Seattle Sports on 710.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What part of football has changed, and do you like it?
2-point conversions. Like, we are chasing points. The game has changed. 2-point conversions and fourth downs. So we're seeing coaches dive into the data like a lot of people do with baseball. And I like it, and it is weird at the same time because I'm not used to seeing these fourth down conversions or attempts and these 2-point conversions.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. The treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Seattle, it's almost showtime at T-Mobile Park. Be here when the action gets started March 27th with Mariners opening day, featuring a ceremonial first pitch from Hall of Famer Ichiro. The fun continues with Randy Arozarena Crossed-Armed Hoodie Night March 28th and Hello Kitty Bucket Hat Night March 29th. Then don't miss the 3-day Julio Bat Flip Bobble giveaway March 31st to April 2nd with tickets starting at $10. So get ready, get set, Mariners baseball is finally on deck. Grab your tickets at mariners.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-292-7788. 800-292-7788.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Something amazing is happening when power outages strike. Teams are powering through them. That's because CDW Solutions architects are building more resilient IT and electrical infrastructures with Schneider Electric. With EcoCare remote monitoring services and 24/7 support, Your organization can do more than keep the lights on. Schneider Electric and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Schneider Electric.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
To some, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much, but that's not true. They're testing out vowels and consonants and trying different sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on meaning, especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Learn more at autismspeaks.org.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Cincinnati Bengals plan to lock up Jamar Chase and make him the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. In fact, that is the quote from their director of player personnel, Duke Tobin. He said, quote, "He is going to end up being the number 1 paid non-quarterback in the league. We are there. Let's get it done. The earlier we can do some of this stuff," this is weird English, but the freer it gives us to build the rest of the team. All right, so they're going to lock him up. Meanwhile, Diana Taurasi, the leading scorer in WNBA history and voted greatest of all time by the league's fans, announced her retirement today after 20 seasons. Her quote is, "Mentally and physically, I'm just full. That's probably the best way I can describe it. I'm full and I'm happy."
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Coming up at 5 o'clock today, El Hombre, Michael Bradley will join us on the program. Stay tuned for that conversation. You guys can text in throughout the show at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. We'll speak with John Schneider coming up this week. This one will be on the phone. He's out there at the Combine, obviously.
So actually, I just learned about a few minutes ago, they're going to try to get him on video from the Combine.
Oh, good.
They're going to
really?
be in the suite. We're going to do it live at 4. So they're
really?
Going to be up there
Okay.
after a full day of working. And right now, we are efforting to get him on video.
Perfect.
So perhaps you guys can see him from the Combine.
That'd be great.
That would be.
Yeah, see what kind of posh hotel he's staying in, see what's around the room, see if he's got a chart on the wall of players and something he forgets to cover up.
Something we can read.
That's right. That's right. To get a little insight as to what their plans may be. But, yeah, so that'll happen this Thursday at 4 p.m., one way or the other. We'll be talking to John Schneider live from the NFL Combine, which is going on right now.
What's this, his 15th?
15th.
This will be his 15th?
Last year was
Started in
15, right?
2010.
Wasn't Pete 14 years? So
Yeah.
this will be 16th?
Yes.
With the Seahawks in his second, where he's the man. He's the buck stops with him, whereas before it stopped with Pete, had the final say on things. So is this...
This will be his 16th, yeah.
Yeah. So this feels like maybe the most intriguing draft for the Seahawks in a long time because of what appear to be their pressing needs. And more importantly, how do they address it? Does he veer away from their philosophy? Does he go off the board, even though there could be a couple of highly ranked guards sitting there at 18, but they have a safety ranked higher, or a linebacker, or a tight end, or any other position, and do they still do that? I think there's pressure in this draft for John that hasn't been there in a number of years. There's pressure to, hey, this line has been a conversation for years, even obviously dating back to Pete, but it feels like it's kind of reaching a tipping point. Like, you got to get this addressed. It can't be every year we're talking about the line being problematic. And if you're going to invest whatever they're going to invest in Geno, you got to keep him upright.
Yeah.
And you got a new offensive coordinator coming in, so you want him to be able to run his scheme and not, have the old line be a liability to where he's like, well, I can't really do the things I want to do because the line just doesn't allow me to do it.
Yeah, well, I think there's going to be I think you're right. I think there is a lot of pressure on John, and everybody's talking about offensive line, of course. The other thing is, this is a draft from all of the pundits that we hear from that is heavy with offensive line and interior defensive linemen. So, and we heard John just like, no way, I'm taking a guard over a defensive tackle if they're similar talent. It's just more, it's a bigger effect on your team, and feels like you can kind of get away. It was kind of interesting. We were talking about before the game, or I kind of look at it as a game before the show.
Oh, yeah.
Before the show, we were talking about the fact that he drafted 3 offensive linemen this last year. Now, as you pointed out, Michael Jarrett was in the 6th round. Jarrell. And he was a project guy.
Yeah.
But
and what was LeMaya? What round?
LeMaya was a 6th rounder.
Okay.
And Christian Haynes was a 3rd rounder.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's as many offensive linemen as he's drafted, because if you go back to 2010, yeah. But by the way, those first few years, I don't think nobody knew. Like, I remember when Condotta and I worked on that book, it was like he was hitting grand slams, but he didn't know it. Because the first year, Russell Okung, Earl Thomas, I mean, those guys were obviously first rounders, number 6, number 14, but Golden Tate, Cam Chancellor, and Anthony McCoy, depending on how you feel about him. But, then the next year.
Not awesome.
Yeah, and then remember James Carpenter, at 25, and was that the one where somebody mouthed like, who?
Yeah, I think Nick Saban was even like,
Saban?
wait, they took who?
James
like,
Carpenter?
I don't think the ESPN or whoever, they always have a video package for the player. Like, here's a couple they didn't have anything ready for him.
Right. So, and that didn't work out. Didn't he end up playing somewhere else?
Yeah, he went. I think the Jets. Did he go to the Jets?
Yeah.
Somebody will.
It was that or the Giants, but and he was
he was serviceable.
He was okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they got John Moffitt that year. But in that draft, 2011, just to the point real quick, KJ Wright, Richard Sherman in the 5th. KJ was a 4th rounder, if you can believe that. And then Maxey in the 6th round, Byron Maxwell. And then Malcolm Smith, the Super Bowl MVP, was the 7th rounder. So, I mean, those first, and 2012 is seen to be the best one with Bruce Irvin, Bobby Wagner, Russell Wilson. I mean, you can stop it right there, but there was Jeremy Lane, J.R. Sweezy, depending on how you feel about him. But, yeah, I mean, he's had some really good drafts, but, some of these we don't really know. I mean, it's still early for, a guy like Christian Haynes.
Yeah, it's the line just seems to be the area where you look at it and go, well, how many of their guys have they signed to a second deal?
Yeah.
Just has not happened. It just, if you had guys that have been serviceable, I mean, Jermaine Ifedi was here. He had moments. He had Damian Lewis, optimistic in the beginning and went the other direction for whatever reason, just didn't work here. You brought up Carpenter. We'll see what goes on with Christian Haynes. If Jarrell and LeMaya wash out, I'm not going to go, oh, what a disaster. They're 6th rounders. So you're going, all right, we're taking a flat Stone Forsythe. They're projects. They're depth.
Yeah.
I don't carry the same level of expectation with them. Doesn't mean they can't succeed, as you just touched on. 7th rounders, 6th rounders became key elements for this team. So it's possible, but I just don't have the same expectation that I do for a 3rd round pick. That represents a different level of belief and expectation on their part to me.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see how, and again, John, it may be a defense. People are talking about defensive tackle. That doesn't strike me as being something that's a huge need.
Well, I mean, potentially though, right?
You can sign Jaron Reed, and you got Murphy and you've got Big Cat.
Yeah.
I mean,
but what if they don't want to? Maybe they look at Reed and say, hey, we want to get younger and more inexpensive there.
They got Cameron Young. I mean, do they not
Mike Morris.
Do they not believe in him?
Morris,
I don't know.
More of an. They run him. Is he more interior?
He can play anywhere. Actually, he's kind of like Big Cat. They can put him pretty much anywhere.
But he was a 5th rounder. So
yeah. But yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how they feel about that. To your point, and then
about Reed and Draymond. Those are the two that I look at and go, all right. Well, Reed's a free agent, so he's automatically questioned just because he's a free agent. And Draymond, just looking at his cap hit, I'm just feeling like they got to do something there. Whether they address the cap hit by spreading it out, it's an extension, or they release him. Who knows?
Yeah, just one more little interesting tidbit here. 2020, Jordan Brooks was the 1st rounder. He's with the Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
Darrell Taylor with the Bears. He was the 2nd rounder. 3rd rounder, Damian Lewis is in Carolina. 4th rounder, Colby Parkinson is with the Rams. And then another 4th rounder, DJ Dallas. These are their top 5 picks in 2020. He's down in Arizona, last I heard anyway.
Yeah.
So, it's interesting to go through and look at their all-time draft and how they've done. But, again, I always say, I honestly, you have to compare it to how other teams do, because other teams are going to make mistakes, and there's going to be guys that are washouts, no matter who you are. But this is, I feel like there's a lot of pressure, especially when it comes to the offensive line. And it just makes me think, okay, how are they going to address this? Is it going to be by using their number 18 pick? Is it going to be, some kind of a reclamation project on like a guy like Anthony Bradford? Or is it that we're going to bring in these coaches, kind of like the Mariners with their hitting coaches, that are going to unlock these players and make it easier for them, like we talked about with Hank Fraley, make it more offensive line like user friendly.
Yeah.
Help out those guys with chip blocks or a certain scheme and not ask them to do things that they can't do. I think that's going to be a bigger step. That would be my prediction. The coaching and what they're asking these guys to do is going to be a bigger step than anything they do in free agency, which, by the way, somebody said they don't need to go to free agency at all for, was it D-tackle, or I think somebody said they don't need to go to, I'm trying to remember who the analyst was.
Daniel Jeremiah.
He
said the depth in this draft class, like 13
for
to
defensive
50
tackle.
for defensive tackle.
Yeah. So they don't need to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Thank you, computer brain. So, I mean, I think that's going to be interesting to see how they handle it. But, I think that the coaching part of it and having all these run specialists and things like that, and I always hold out hope for a guy like Anthony Bradford, just because he's so physical, and maybe somebody needs to say the right things to him.
You hope so. He's got the physical tools. It's just, between the ears and the want to, hopefully it can be addressed, and we'll see what they do. But John Schneider, talking at the Combine, talked about wanting to establish their identity on offense.
Your ability to run the ball and condense the game and be able to stretch the field and throw the ball over the top, I don't think that's ever changed. You do see, just from a technique standpoint, you do see like the tackling not being great, especially in college football. That's something that you want to be able to have that identity to play wherever you're going to play in Detroit, you're going to play at home, you're going to play in Philly. We want to be able to run the ball wherever you are, wherever you're going to play. And that having that physical run game just gets the defense rocking too.
Yeah, it's what everybody. I don't know if it's coming back into fashion. You could probably make the argument that there are teams that have been valuing the run, and you look at Philly, the way they were able to run the ball in the postseason. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that's something that ever goes away.
Now we've seen this team in back-to-back years draft running backs in the 2nd round, which they took a couple shots for that. Why are you picking a running back so high, and you can get effective running back, and they've done it before. We always bring up Chris Carson, a 7th rounder who became their starter and was injuries caught up to him, but really productive at time. Very, very good. He talks about how deep this class is at the running back position.
It's a solid group in free agency, but it's a rare year with running backs. I mean, it's in the draft. I can't remember this number of like legit prospects at the running back position in the draft. And I usually don't talk about like depth in the draft, but it's sticking out this year. It's rare.
Yeah, you see him drafting another running back?
How would you feel?
Depends on where.
Yeah, I mean,
they have 8 picks?
If there are that many then it sort of stands to reason that you can get one later.
Right.
So
what if they spent because I think they have 8. I think they have 8 picks.
Yeah, because, I mean, look, you've picked second rounders the last
back-to-back years.
Starting a couple of years ago. So,
and you got McIntosh, who we all are looking at going, he seems like he could be a nice change of pace guy. You got him in the 7th round, and there seems to be something to him when he's on the field. I don't know why his time on the field is so limited. Maybe it's a practice thing, but it doesn't feel like an area of big need. But this is a huge year for K9 because he's going into the final year of his rookie deal. So is he a guy you're going to give a second contract to, or are you looking at, hey, this is sort of a turnstile here. We're just going to draft another one. It's going to be cheaper and younger and maybe more durable.
Yeah, we'll see. So they have, you mentioned 8 draft choices, which is correct. And then 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 2 6s, and a 7. So, I mean, is that a position group? But, you know, if they took one even in the 2nd round at 52, would you be shocked?
I'd be a little surprised if they took a 3rd running back with a 2nd round pick. That would be, because it doesn't feel like I know you want to establish the run game. They want to establish the run game. I feel like they've got the guys to do it. It's not about the running backs. It's about the guys in front of them and the scheme, and we'll see how that plays out. But that would seem like a lot of draft capital to spend on a spot that doesn't appear to be a desperate need right now, other than maybe planning for the future beyond K9 if they don't bring him back.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I think K9's a big question mark as far as, like, not that he's good, but how can he be great? And I don't think he's been that yet. And then, you know, I love the versatility of Charbonnet, because if they've talked about having a fullback, maybe he can be one of those guys that's converted into a fullback. That or Byron Murphy.
Is your fullback?
Tackle. Yeah, maybe that's your fullback. I don't know. I have no idea how much they're thinking about using him. Like the teams like Baltimore, they use that Ricard guy quite a bit.
Right.
So they have a position for him, but you know, not too long ago we had a fullback in here. So I mean, it's not, and over the history of the Seahawks, we had plenty of fullbacks, but it just kind of gone away as a position group. So maybe they only use it enough to where you have a guy like Charbonnet, or maybe even in like goal line situations. Seriously, Byron Murphy.
Yeah,
I mean, why
sure
not?
he wouldn't mind.
Yeah,
sure he wouldn't mind
but
plowing in.
you had Nick Blower there for a while. I mean, but so anyway, I feel like 3rd round I would be okay with it. But if they drafted in the 1st or 2nd round a running back, I guess you would have to say, well, I guess he's a really good player, because that's not what they need, and they always draft based on what's the best talent.
Well, and again, especially if it's as deep at that spot as he said, why would you go 3rd round? Why would you go 2nd round? I'm looking 4th and beyond if they could draft another running back. He won a couple other thoughts from John, talking about how much it helps to have the coaching staff in Indy this year.
It helps a lot. You know, we didn't have the guys in the interviews last year, so having the position coach, defensive coordinator, head coach, having those guys in the room is a big deal to, just get the players going and like the football knowledge. But it helps a lot. They were just implementing all their systems last year, so it's an opportunity for these guys to get down here and get rocking.
Yeah, I guess we didn't really talk about that last year, that the coaches aren't down at the combine because they were too busy scrambling.
Yeah, putting it all together.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess that's the benefit of not making the playoffs, that you get a chance to get a head start on your coaching staff, and to have those guys down there, I think it's really important. Definitely. So I don't know that it's going to make all the difference in the world, but it's better than it was last year. And we talked about that situation just in general, of having a lot of your coaching staff already in place.
Yeah.
You've got 3 or 4 new coaches like Rick Dennison, the run game specialist, but
Kubiak, obviously.
Yeah, at least they're here and, get a chance to go to the combine.
One more from John here, explaining why they're optimistic about the new offensive coaches they brought in.
We talked last week about the development portion too, acquisition, obviously identification, very important. But being able to develop people and then work with the individuals that can accentuate people's skills or help them with their deficiencies. And it's so important. They call him Rico, I guess. So, and then, Justin Outen, Mike hired him as well. And he's, former center, so offensive line emphasis really, right? So, Rick Dennison, Justin Outen, and John Benton. And those guys, there's 3 really strong teachers right there.
That's a phrase that he's thrown out, or a word, a lot over the last couple of years since he kind of became the guy who, the buck stops with me, is teachers. And that's one of the reasons why they kept Carl Scott, because he's such a good teacher. So we'll see. It's more than coaching. It's all the stuff in the classroom and, and looking at film and things like that. So I know Rick Dennison to be a really smart guy and a really good coach, but we'll see. We'll see if they can turn. It'll be interesting to see if they can turn guys around. It's kind of the same thing we're looking for next week when we go down to see the Mariners.
Oh, yeah, big turnaround. Need a big turnaround. A couple of other quick stories going on in the NFL. The Falcons are saying they plan on keeping Kirk Cousins on their roster as a backup, yet they owe him $27.5 million this year. It's a very expensive backup.
Yes, it is.
I'm assuming they're holding out hope they can find a trade partner for him, perhaps. We've talked about all the teams that need quarterbacks in this league. You know who he is. He was apparently injured or playing injured last year at the end of the season, which may have impacted a bit of what we saw, which wasn't great from him. But, yeah, right now that looks like an interesting move when it comes to teams dealing with cap hits and whatnot, and I don't know how punitive it is for them to just release him. But, yeah, $27.5 million backup, Kirk Cousins.
That whole situation has been weird because they signed him last year to a healthy contract, and then they go and draft a quarterback in the first round.
Michael Penix.
Unbelievable. So, yeah, I'm not sure what their deal is there, but the one thing you can say for sure, Kirk Cousins has done a really good job. He's done well for himself as far as money goes.
Yeah. Yeah, and one other bit of news is the Commanders are apparently giving permission to Jonathan Allen, their defensive tackle, to seek a trade. So he's a 2-time Pro Bowler. He's a guy who's he's got $15.5 million due this season, but the base salary is not guaranteed. So he's entered. This is the final year of his deal. They've had trade conversations around him. They said they plan to help the 2-time Pro Bowler find an ideal landing spot by granting him permission to seek a trade. So he's a guy that's been an effective player for him. He's generated, former first-round pick, 42 sacks, 118 quarterback hits, and 60 tackles for a loss the past 8 seasons as an interior defensive lineman.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that he's not up to, he's not great, because he is. He's a really good player, but he's surrounded by 3 other first-rounders for a lot of his career, because that's just how the Commanders did it. They were getting D linemen and both at the end and defensive tackle position in the first round. They did that for 4 or 5 years. And, put together. It's kind of interesting, though, the way they put it. It's like, hey, we're going to polish you up and shine you up and make you look real pretty and put you out there on the market and see what we can get for you.
Yeah, he's 30 years old, so that feels like the kiss of death in the NFL. Like, as soon as there's a 3 in the beginning of your age, that people go,
It's a huge deal. I mean, when the kids that come in at 23, 24, that's what I was, 23, and I remember looking at Keith Butler, who was probably 31. I was like, that dude looks like Father Time.
You thought he was an old man.
And then I became that guy, and I'm sure that's exactly what I looked like to the younger guys. It happens fast, and you kind of panic when you hit 30.
You're going, I wish I was 31 again. And they were looking at you as the old head.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it is amazing how quickly you get old in the NFL. I mean, man, you brought up Stetson Bennett. I didn't realize he was that old.
Yeah.
He got drafted in, 23?
Well, and I think we're going to have to get used to it, because you're going to see a lot of guys with 5, 6 years. I mean, what's the most we've seen? Was it like 7 that there was one player that I think had like 7 years in college.
Yeah, so. I don't know that. Well, especially with NIL, if they're making a nice living there and they're going to come into the league and be a backup, I don't know. I was just surprised. Stetson Bennett was drafted in the 4th round in the 2023 NFL draft.
Yeah.
He's going to be 28 years old in October.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Yeah, I mean, you like a mature quarterback, no question about it. But yeah, all this talk about Matthew Stafford is kind of interesting, just because I don't think they have anybody waiting in the wings.
No. Hey, in partnership with the Virginia Mason Franciscan Health and the Nick of Time Foundation, the Seahawks are hosting the second annual free youth heart screening event at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center in Renton on Saturday, March 8th. Now, this is a public event providing screenings for youth ages 12 through 24 in hopes of detecting heart abnormalities and giving them the knowledge and care they need. Detecting heart conditions early is absolutely key, and a simple heart screening could save a life. So don't wait. Spots are limited. You can register today at vmfh.org. Again, vmfh.org/Seahawks. So check that out. Meanwhile, there's an obvious difference this year with the Mariners hitters, and we're going to hear about that coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans?
With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
The wait is over. Hey, it's your old pal, the Graz here, inviting you to come celebrate the grand reopening of Jackson Park's driving range. They are throwing a party and everyone is invited. They'll have new range balls, mats and targets, music on the range, and face painting for the kids, so bring the whole family. Free top tracer all weekend long as well. That's right, free top tracer all weekend long as well. How about free 10-minute lessons after 2 p.m., food specials, and of course plenty to drink. All day Saturday, the grand reopening of Jackson Park's spanking new driving range.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would rather get my teeth drilled than go to a car dealership. However, I recently had a breakdown with my vehicle, and I knew that I had to get a new one. I knew where to go. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. I'd heard amazing things. I knew the GM, Mark, so I ended up going out there. Mark, you're with me right now, and I got to be honest, even knowing you, I was nervous. Just being at a car dealership brings pressure, but you guys really focus on customer experience.
Well, you know, there are some dealerships where you go in and you feel like you're getting jumped on. We don't do that, okay? There's absolutely no pressure at our dealership, period. And we backed it up with a 5-day or 500-mile, 100%, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. We only want to sell you a car if you want to buy one. So if you want a low-pressure experience, check out our reviews. We have thousands of 5-star reviews. You can buy with confidence. Wayscar Ford's been family-owned and operated in downtown Auburn for over 103 years. You don't stay in business that long by not taking care of people.
See it for yourself at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. That's wayscarford.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball. Go behind the scenes with Brock and Salk all this week from 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. The Cyberknife system, with advanced tracking technology and robotic design, keeps the radiation on target even with tumor or patient movement. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. And the treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. But the technology is only half the story. The skilled and dedicated team of providers and caregivers match the technology by providing unparalleled, personalized treatment plans and compassionate care. They are committed to patient-focused care, partnering with the patient and their families. The results speak for themselves. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
If you're injured in the state of Washington, here's what matters. Who represents you matters. The experience of their staff matters. Their investigation team and track record of success matters. Davis Law Group was founded in Seattle and has been winning cases for more than 30 years. We know Washington State, we know our courts, and we know how to deliver the highest level of client satisfaction. And that's what matters.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at 5 o'clock, El Hombre and Michael Bradley will join us as he does every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Very anxious to get his take on the Green Bay Packers trying to get the Tush Push, the brotherly shove band. We've predicted he's going to be very reasonable, calm, and rational about the whole thing.
Not a chance. I do like the brotherly shove. A lot of the little nicknames, I'm like,
Brotherly
like
shove's kind of good.
That is really clever.
Tush Push.
No, don't like it.
Yeah. We don't need to involve the tush.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be part of the... It's a shove. Shoving them in there.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't there some kind of dance called the Tush Push or something? Is that one of those country? I know you're a big country line dancer.
Well, ask Lefko, because he was last out there with his sunglasses on the dance floor, and they broke, so he was cutting a rug. He knows about all
You
the
think this
dances.
group does country music? No.
I have no idea what you listen to.
No. Not country music.
I don't know what you dance to.
Neither of you come off as country music fans. No.
You might, Dave. I could see
I would
back
probably
in the
be the
day.
most likely.
You have jorts. So.
Yeah, there are some country songs that I like, but pretty limited.
Yeah.
Pretty limited.
I don't even know what Matt listens to. Maybe the Cranberries, because he's got that bumper sticker on his car.
He does have a bumper sticker.
They are my favorite band.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That bumper sticker was made for me. I was so happy when I found that.
What does it say again?
Keep honking. I'm in my car crying, listening to the Cranberries' 1993 hit "Linger," or something like that. I really like that bumper sticker.
You get anybody yelling at you or giving you the thumbs up or anything?
Not that I've noticed.
They get up there and look at Matt and go,
you can't hear him. He's in there crying with the volume up.
I better leave him alone.
What's the other one?
He looks
Isn't there an
disturbed.
Alderon one?
Oh, the license plate frame is my other car destroyed Alderon, which is a Star Wars reference. And then the other bumper sticker is, how am I driving? How does an engine work? How can a loving God cause such misery? I really like to mess with people in traffic. It's fun.
You ever see people like pulling up? Like that's what I do when I see bumper stickers. I'm like, what does that say? So I get
real
really
close.
close to them.
You know what? Actually, the other week, now that I think about it, someone did take a picture of it. And at first I was like, oh God, why are they taking a picture of my car? And then I could see that they were smiling. So I'm hoping it's just that they were taking a picture thinking, look at this idiot and his bumper stickers.
Showing it
That's
to their
what
friends.
I say when I'm always behind you. I have these memorized by now, since I'm always behind Matt. As he races
always
home,
losing?
He always races home out of control. So,
yeah.
Again, I drive not like a grandpa, and that makes me faster than Mike Lefko on the roads.
By the way, what the hell was the deal driving home last night? All of a
With
sudden,
a monsoon?
Yeah. All of a sudden, I'm in Seattle, and like there's a huge lightning bolt right above our heads.
Yeah. I was on Mercer when they're sitting at a stoplight watching that whole thing, and the wipers are going at full speed. And yeah.
Then on the east side, I think a couple of power plants blew because you saw that blue light just in the air. Yeah, that's how it sounded. But yeah, it was just
realistic,
ridiculous ride home.
Yeah, it was like a absolute monsoon, and then the second I got on West Seattle Bridge, nothing, not a drop. Yeah. I'm like, whoa, and then the wind was going crazy last night and all of that. Hopefully everybody out there has power. Mine flickered a couple times, but didn't go out, which was good. Meanwhile, back to the Mariners and the hitters this year, and working with, Kevin Seitzer, working with Edgar Seitzer on with Brock and Salk, talked about the mindset they're trying to get these hitters to have this season.
There was some confusion, some apprehension, didn't want to chase, so guys were in between and careful at the plate, and that's not a mindset that a hitter can have. And so Edgar got him aggressive, got him on the fastball, got him in the middle of the field, and they started getting after it, and you could tell Dan had them playing hard. They're running the bases, they're getting after it, and there was just a lot of good stuff.
Kevin, he sounds like a good old boy there.
I bet he likes country music.
Yeah, I bet he does.
Yeah.
I bet he does. No, I mean, that totally made sense. I mean, they're up there timid, worried about chasing. And then I think he said in a clip earlier that gets you off the fastball.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean.
You're going to be behind on it.
You got to go up there with confidence, right? And it sounded like there wasn't a lot of that going around.
Well, just by way of comparison, here's Brant Brown from August of 2024 on Foul Territory podcast giving a long explanation about hitting.
You need to have terms of your at-bat, which means that we're all going to evacuate the strike zone at some time. It's just not logical to say that every swing that we take is going to be inside the box. But having terms of your at-bat basically means that if you do evacuate the strike zone, it's going to be to your strength. And if you swing and miss, it's going to all be in closely to one spot as you possibly can, rather than, all the misses and swings coming all around the strike zone. You've got to know where you're at in the at-bat. You have to know where you're at in the count. You have to know where you're at in the game and be able to use the whole field and downshift and take your singles, because it's just too hard to try to hit the ball as far as you can every at-bat and not have some collateral damage with swing and miss.
A little different messaging there.
Yeah.
You got to have terms. You're going to evacuate the strike zone, Dave.
And then you got to know what situation, what inning is it, how many
you got to throttle it back. You got to, I could see Edgar going, just see the ball, hit the ball. Yeah. Look to hit it. Shoot for the middle of the field.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it could be that simple, that just clicks with guys. But yeah, I mean, I get Brant Brown. I suppose if we were listening to that last year, you would go, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But I don't know. Now you put it up against a guy that's saying, hey, you go up there with confidence.
Yeah, I mean, they're simplifying it, and he's talking about you got to know where you're at in the count, where you're at in the game, where you're, it sounds like there's a lot of thinking going on there. And I don't know that it's necessarily bad. Maybe it works for some guys. Didn't seem to take with this team very well, but maybe he's had success with others, which is why he continued with it. But Kevin Seitzer talking about how he just learned to keep the messaging simple for hitters.
You have to be proactive, but your timing, the message, the delivery is the key. And when I'm doing an interview for 20 minutes, you guys are asking me questions and I'm talking. Yep. But when I talk to these guys, part of coaching is, they don't want to hear a full dissertation on something. They just want a nugget to help with this or help with that. Mm-hmm. And so the conversations a lot of times are me asking questions, and then giving them feedback of what I see and a little try this with your hands, try this with your setup, or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's about as polar opposite of what we heard before that as you can get.
Oh, he said little nuggets instead of dissertations.
Yeah.
I always give the example, the golf coach that I had that said, swing past your nose. So, because I was picking my head up, and then that I was fading everything to the right.
Yeah.
And so he said that to me, and I started hitting balls straight, and it made sense to me. Swing past your nose. What the hell does that mean? Well, I don't know, but it clicked.
Yeah.
It clicked for me. Now, can I do it every single time? No. But I can't hit a straight shot every single time, but I keep my head down.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was just one little nugget, exactly like he said.
Yeah, I actually had an old guy on the course once tell me, because I was doing the same thing, lifting my head up.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what Sam Snead says? And I'm like, no, I don't. And he goes, when you look up, all you see is a crappy shot. He didn't use that word.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, okay, thank you. That's the only thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm terrible anyway, but it helped for a little bit. I understood what he was saying, that I was, swinging, pulling my head up, but that was his way of relaying the message. Short and sweet, simple, like Kevin Seitzer.
Yeah.
Old school. So there you go. All right, coming up, one NFL player might have to take out a restraining order against his head coach. We'll hear why when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
None other than Brian Wu, who comes by to say hi. I don't mean to get cheesy. You guys kind of all really like each other, don't you?
Yeah, except for Bryce. Everyone else is I think the chemistry behind the scenes definitely has a lot to do with it. We get along super. We love spending time with each other on and off the field, in the dugouts. You know, all the time that we have before games, catch, bullpens, all that stuff. Like, everybody's super talented on the field, but everybody's personality and the way that they're wanting to help each other and also be the best they can be for the team.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, have you been considering surgery or even joint replacement? It's Dave Wyman here, and after years of football, I know all about bad knees. So I recently had a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. And I've heard so many patients rave about stem cell therapy with Dr. Wagner. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone. They're back hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, even going up and down the stairs, playing with the kids and grandkids, and doing it without pain and, most importantly, without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, which can regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season's first tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Sunday, March 2nd at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes.
We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything? Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Something amazing is happening here. The next era of AI has arrived. CDW data engineers are helping organizations harness the power of AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. The power to run workloads faster means greater productivity, giving your business a better shot at success. Intel and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel-client.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
We've kind of weighed in on this before about superstar players in the NFL. Should they have input when it comes to personnel decisions or moves that the front offices make? Ravens GM Eric DeCosta says yes. In the case of Lamar Jackson, he does help them out.
Lamar's got a great voice, and he's a student of the game. He watches players. He knows talent. Now, he does love the Miami guys and the Florida guys. Lamar has he's a stakeholder. He's a partner. He's earned that right to have that type of input and opinion, and a lot of guys haven't earned that right, but Lamar has earned that right. It's important, it's necessary, and I welcome his input. And I'll get texts from him, and there have been some years where I've gone down and visited with him, and probably due to do that again, to take a trip down to Florida and spend some time with him. He's got a great command of the offense. He made great strides this year in every facet. You know, he's my MVP. And I think his impact on our team is impossible to measure.
What do you think, Dave? You've talked against this in the past. Players should play, coaches should coach, GM should be the manager, blah, blah, blah. But consulting a player.
Do I buy that that's happening?
No, I believe him that it's happening on some level, but should it happen?
Well, is it happening, though? I mean, I get that he's giving his input, but are they paying any attention to it? I love Lamar Jackson. If it was me, if they'd asked me, I would have been, that guy sucks. He's terrible. He's terrible.
Well, not about your position, though. Not getting your like if you're the superstar quarterback and you've invested,
I could
like
use a guy
Patrick
like that.
Mahomes,
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson, the guys you've paid a truckload of money to, who you look at as your guy for years and years to come. I don't think it's a bad idea to, hey, what's your take on this guy, or what's your take on this position? I wouldn't give him final say or really any say, but you want to weigh in with an opinion?
Hey, if I had Lamar Jackson, I'd let him do whatever he wanted, man. I mean, he
let him. You draft. You do it.
He is unbelievable. What a great football player, and just and he's got a little problem as far as that he's going to have to conquer as far as the playoffs go.
Yeah.
I mean, he really objectively has been not good. It's not horrible, but it's not up to his standard. And but yeah, I mean, I'm sure they do take a little bit of that, but I just think I'm kind of cynical about it. I feel like, okay, yeah, that's good, that's nice, but we're still going to draft who we're going to draft, whether no matter what Lamar says.
Sweeping the dial.
So this morning on ESPN Radio, Adam Schefter was breaking down what he believes will happen with one of the most high-profile free agents, or potential free agents, T. Higgins, this offseason.
If I'm guessing today, I would guess that they tag him and then look to trade him, see if there's a trade that materializes. Now, the interesting part here is they've got a number of issues there. They've got Jamar Chase, who is unsigned, who's going to want roughly $40 million a year, highest paid receiver, highest paid non-quarterback. Those are real issues. You got T. Higgins. You got Trey Hendrickson, who led the NFL in sacks last year. He wants to be paid. And they've got cap room, and they've got the ability to create more cap room. So they're actually in a solid position. It's just a question of how they want to deploy their money. There's a lot they can do. I still think that there's a realistic chance that they wind up tagging and looking to trade T. Higgins.
Yeah, I mean, and Joe Burrow's already come out publicly saying he's willing to alter the contract he just signed in order to bring these guys back. Obviously, it benefits him. He wants those weapons there, and T. Higgins is a very good player. I don't know. Can they keep all three? I was reading those quotes earlier from the story that's on ESPN about Jamar Chase, and they're making it sound like we've committed to it. He's going to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the league.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of in a position, though, they can, Jamar Chase was far and away the best receiver there. I mean, Higgins under 1,000, but you also had Mike Gesicki, who I can't stand. Which
came from Miami, right?
He
played
did.
with the
He was
Dolphins.
with the Dolphins, and he's
animated.
He very much so is, and it makes me hate him, which makes me like him, actually. If he does enough for me to hate him, like, it's better than just being apathetic about somebody. I hate him. But that's what makes him good.
You hate him because he is that animated?
Yeah, it's ridiculous how he's always doing the first down thing, and he just
I hate him.
He's so obnoxious. But then they have the other guy. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. Andre. Is that an I or an L? Losivas or Iosivas?
I don't know. I'm not looking at it.
I know. I was watching a playoff game, and he had 480 yards. So I mean, they're kind of in a position like where they have a lot of really good receivers. But, if you're Joe Burrow, you're like, yeah, you're damn right we have lots of good receivers, and that's the way it should be, because I'm going to throw the ball 650 times and get 43 touchdowns and 9 interceptions.
How do you think he feels if he's saying, I'm willing to, change my contract? You can call this a bonus. You can push it to the back end. He's said, whatever.
It's awesome.
But then the team, maybe they do that, but they don't sign T. Higgins, or they trade him. Or if you're Burrow, are you going, wait a minute?
Yeah.
I just made all these alterations of the contract so that you could then retain these guys, and now you trade them.
Well, I mean, I just, I've never even thought about this before, but I'm thinking probably that if he does restructure his contract, it's going to involve some signatures, and it's going to involve some verbiage. And in that verbiage, I'm sure his agent would put, this is only if you keep T. Higgins. That's what I would think, but maybe that'd be a good question for Schneider. Probably not.
Sweeping the dial.
Well, at least there were no screams or uncomfortable nicknames this time.
Fire 10! Shot, nice shot, 10! All right, fire 10, yeah!
Yeah, that was that other time. But this time, Jim Harbaugh, I just want everyone to know that Justin Herbert, he's really good.
I don't know if everybody does know. I mean, I thought I knew, before how great Justin is. Just looking in, from afar before before I was actually coaching here. But, when you're around him every single day, daily, weekly, monthly, it's been a year now. He's incredible player. And Derwin says it too. I mean, we all got to level up. We all got to, raise our game and get it to where Justin has it.
Man, he loves. I've heard coaches praise their players before, but I don't know if I've ever heard anybody as effusive as he is about Herbert. And we had that one clip. Do you have that, Lefko?
You guys made the right call on that Justin Herbert. His hand is so big, and his strength is so. He just held on to it and threw it. Yeah. Oh yeah, way to go, Beast! Just calling him Beast from now on. He's a beast. Justin's a beast. Way to run. You're a beast. He's calling you Beast from now on. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
You're going to love Jim Harbaugh.
I like he says, I'm calling him Beast now.
That was the funny part.
His laugh. He's just pleased with himself.
He screams out, Beast, and then explains, I'm calling him Beast now.
I'm calling him Beast now.
We're all going to do it, okay? We're all going to call him Beast.
He loves him. Just adores Justin Herbert.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was a first-round draft choice at quarterback. So, he knows what it takes to play. Maybe he identified that Justin Herbert needed some kind of confidence or something, maybe, and he's going overboard. Or maybe he's just who we think he is. He's a little crazy.
Yeah!
I think he loves him.
Crazy, Matt, you think? You're no football guy, but...
Oh, I know crazy. He's crazy.
He's crazy.
Yeah, in a good way, in the best possible way.
Oh, so
he's a great
funny.
coach. I mean, obviously they have the coaching gene. It's just that John Harbaugh got the sanity gene, according to, who was that, El Hombre that said that?
No, that was Schlereth.
That's right.
Yeah, that was Schlereth. All right, speaking of El Hombre, we'll see how he feels about the proposed ban on the brotherly shove, the tush push, the whole thing. We'll get into that with him and everything else. El Hombre, Michael Bradley, coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
All teams on the East Coast are better and more important and deserving of full coverage, and we've always said this.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
It's true.
Clearly.
I love me some East Coast teams.
Clearly.
I love East Coast bias. It's not even bias, it's just truth.
It's just...
You know how I feel about my East Coast teams.
No, I'm just aggressive because of the East. I like the East Coast aggressiveness.
Yeah,
that is
same.
who I am.
I want to try to mimic it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hear the show anytime on demand by subscribing to the Bump and Stacy podcast.
Hey, do you like spending extra money? Who doesn't, right? No, nobody does, and especially when it's on something like your utility bills, right? If those are noticeably higher in the winter or your home feels drafty, it could be because your attic and crawl space aren't properly insulated. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSC customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yeah, they'll cover up to 95% of the cost. So don't wait. Take advantage of an incredible rebate today. Call Crawl Pros and learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and also what energy rebates you're eligible for. These guys are great. Did an awesome job at my house. So if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, and outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair?
What do you mean? Does it not look good?
It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret.
No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic.
Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous.
I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month, and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, after a disappointing 2024 season, the San Francisco 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan was expected to make plenty of changes to his staff, and on Tuesday, the Niners and Shanahan revealed the extent of those changes in addition to the previous additions of new defensive coordinator Robert Saleh, special teams coordinator Brant Boyer. 49ers announced the hiring or change of title for 14 coaches on the staff, and headlining that list is the long-awaited promotion of Clay Kubiak to the offensive coordinator. Kubiak heading into his 5th season with the team, previously worked as the offensive passing game specialist in 2024. Meanwhile, Ravens GM Eric DeCosta said today that the number of sexual misconduct allegations made against kicker Justin Tucker is, quote, serious and concerning, but indicated that the team will wait before determining his future in Baltimore.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Yeah, you know what you can get me, Pee-wee?
What?
El Hombre.
That was a catastrophe.
I know.
That's a new low. Roz is better.
El Hombre.
The natural meets Rudy meets... I don't even know how to describe it.
El Hombre.
We've been waiting to talk to this guy. Excited as we are each and every week, but when we got something specific to his area, it's always fun. He's with us every Tuesday at 5 o'clock on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, the one, the only El Hombre. Michael Bradley is with us. How are you, man?
Hey, Mushmouth, you have another update like that when they're going to let Wyman start doing it.
You know what? I knew that you were going to say that. I was like, Bob mispronounced a couple of words. He corrected himself. Bob's screw-ups are better than my best stuff.
Oh, there's no question about that, but that was ridiculous.
I'll tell you what, you're a tough grader. I would not want to be in your class.
Well, just don't make any mistakes. You'll be fine.
Yeah, just be perfect, Dave. You'll be good.
Right.
Hey, yesterday that the story came out that there was a team in the NFL, Michael, that wanted to ban the brotherly shove, the tush push, but they were anonymous at first, and then it was just about an hour later, all these articles came out saying it's the Green Bay Packers. The Packers are putting that out there for the league to decide whether they should ban the play or not. And before they were revealed, I was sitting there as a Seahawks fan going, well, I don't think the Seahawks would have any feeling about it, but I'm just hoping it's not them. I thought it would be somebody in your division at least, and I was really happy that it wasn't them because I would be embarrassed, as Packer fans should be, that their team is crying about a play they don't know how to stop. What was your reaction to that story?
Losers. They lost to the Eagles twice. The alpha and the omega of their season was a loss to the Eagles. They started in Brazil losing to them, then they lost in the playoffs to them, and now they're trying to rat them out. And that, the Packers are one of those franchises like the Cubs and like the Red Sox used to be before they became insufferable and Schilling put the ketchup on the sock. They're one of those franchises that you're supposed to look at and go, they're benign. Everybody's going to like them. They're owned by the people. They do the Lambeau Leap. They play on grass up in a small town in Wisconsin that is made entirely of cheese. And now we find out they're doing this. Oh, they beat us twice, and now we're going to stop the tush push. Seriously, go get yourself a 350-pound drain plug in the middle of the line and see if you can stop the darn thing.
Yeah, that's really weak. And then the other thing, I guess, if there was a ton of injuries happening, you would ban it. But it's kind of interesting just getting into that. We kind of got into that play a little bit more. One of the things that I was talking about, Michael, is that you can't really practice against it unless you want to go full speed in practice. And then, late in the season, everybody takes the pads off. So, I feel like that's the only way to get good at stopping that. That's what makes it so ingenious, it's and find a way to stop it. I feel like, that at least Frankie Louvu hopped over the line a couple of times like he was trying to do something. But, yeah, instead of trying to, lawyer up and get, change the rules, how about you try to go out and stop it and find a way and then maybe share it with other teams if you're that pissed?
No, I'm going to refer to Nebraska's helmets, which have an N on them and that stand for knowledge,
right,
and drop a little knowledge on you guys. Before the 1906 football season, the mass momentum plays in college football were resulting in tremendous amount of casualties and even deaths. You have things like the V trick, the flying wedge, where teams would walk, march down the field with the ball carrier securely ensconced in other players, his teammates, and you couldn't, you have to like jump into them or whatever. And there were people that were dying because of this. So Teddy Roosevelt met with the main teams and the schools in college football at the time, and that's when the forward pass was made legal. That's when the line of scrimmage came in, etc. This is legal right now. You're allowed to push a player. If you get rid of the tush push, you got to get rid of every pushing. You can't have any more where the running back is down a field 4 yards and all of a sudden 7 offensive linemen come off the bench and start pushing him from behind so he gains another 17 yards. You're not allowed to do that if you get rid of the tush push. You got to stop with the pulling. All of it. It's, as you said, it's a strategy that the Eagles have. It's something, and by the way, not everybody has a quarterback who can squat 600 pounds. Okay. When Jared Goff's not going to be doing this. There are a lot of quarterbacks that don't have the power that Hurts does, and frankly, the desire to stick his head in there like Hurts does. So I just think this is sour grapes. This is the Packers, and now we get Raheem Morris coming out and saying we're going to have now that the Packers have started, it's the third brick rule, right? When the first 3 bricks get thrown through the window, now everybody wants to throw a brick through the window. So now everybody's going to come out of it and say, "Oh, I don't like it either." At least Andy Reid's got the guts to say it's a great play, and they do it well. They better not get rid of it because it'll be it'll be something that shows you that the rest of the league is so jealous of what the Eagles have accomplished that the only way they can stop them is to take away one of their signatures.
Andy Reid knows what people in Philly will do to him if he changes on him. So.
True, and Andy Reid's a former lineman, so he doesn't mind hunkering down and getting a little, wallowing it in a little bit.
Well, it's not like it's I was comparing it to the shift in baseball earlier in that here's something unique that people are looking at one way, going, hey, this is hurting the game. It's stifling the offense, and there was part of me going, well, make it punitive. You got your shortstop playing over on the other side of second base, and the whole left side of the infield's open. Take that inside pitch and pull it, and there was a stubbornness to hitters, so I was kind of torn on them banning the shift because that was altering the offense throughout the league. This isn't altering the game that we all love in the NFL. We're seeing one team that does it really well and does it decidedly more often than any other team. I mean, they put the numbers in the article here. Since 2022, the Eagles have run 108 tush pushes, and the next closest team is the Bills, 55. The next closest team to them, the Bears, 16. They've run it 16 times since 2022. So it's not like this thing that's infecting the league and it's changing the offense and it's no longer entertaining.
No, it's not. And by the way, in an NFL that is continually taking away the physical part of the game, you're not allowed to do this kind of tackle. You can't do that kind of tackle. You're not allowed to hit people more than 3 yards down the line. You're not allowed to do this. You can't touch the quarterback. This is an actual physical play. And it's interesting that you brought up the fact that you can't practice it during the season. This is another thing that coaches have said over the years that they don't like is you can't go – one of the reasons the teams have trouble with this is they don't go big on big. They don't do goal line. They don't do a lot of scrimmaging where people hit each other during the year, and especially, as Bob, as you said, at the end of the year. So this means that the more physical team, and this Eagles offensive line is arguably the best in the NFL and has been for several years, is now going to have an advantage because you can get the quarterback going behind the surge of these powerful men up front.
Hey, I don't think – did I maybe miss a day where we talked to you about the mayor of Philadelphia and Howie Roseman taking a beer can off of – I wondered what you thought. I mean, I saw this perfect circle that looked like a beer can. I thought he smashed a beer can on his forehead.
Oh, no, he got hit. No, he got hit in the head.
You sure about that?
Guaranteed. I'll show you I'll send you the video.
Oh, okay.
He was on a bus. The buses were down below. You could get inside and get warm, and then on the top it was like those open air buses like they have in London. And people were throwing beers. My nephew is an equipment manager for the Eagles. He was on the 20th bus out of the 20. And he said the great part was at the end of that, everybody had beers left over to throw. So he got like a dozen beers thrown to him. And he's up there just pile driving the suckers. So someone threw one up to Howie and just winged him in the head. Howie Roseman was not going to crush a beer on his head. Was he, John Blutarski?
Yeah, come on. Of course he would. He's one of the guys.
No. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's one of the guys. He's wearing an overcoat. Everybody else is wearing, mummers costumes. Come on.
So they were throwing beers to them, not at them. And he just
No, they were throwing them to them, and people were catching them and piling, drinking them down. Hey, we were very generous here in Philadelphia.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Hey, just back to the brotherly shove for a moment. Do you think it should be legal? Now, I was asking Dave, as a former player on defense, would this even be helpful? But do you think the defense should be allowed to then shove the defensive linemen, the linebackers and safeties, or whoever's on defense, just kind of do the same thing where they're using their momentum to shove the defensive line forward to sort of counter what's going on with the brotherly shove?
Sure, let the linemen, the safeties, the cornerbacks, the mascot, the marching band, I don't care, let them all do it. They're still not going to stop them.
Yeah, because technically right now they're not allowed to do that on defense.
No. So now on third or fourth and anything less than 2 yards, we have decreed that the linebackers can push the big guys. And that's a job you want, right? You want to be the linebacker that's going to push Jordan Davis's backside or something like that. How'd you like to be the guy, hey, Smith, get over there and push Vince Wilfork in the butt. Oh, my God. It's like, no, the thing's too big. It's like pushing a Buick through the snow. I can't do it.
Yeah, I hated that. I had to do that. I was afraid I was going to fall in at some point.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's dangerous, man.
But yeah, I mean, I just that's really embarrassing. I think for the Packers. I wonder
Not
if
a good look.
I wonder if some of the players will come out like on Twitter because they all have their own voices now and say, "Hey, by the way, I'm a Green Bay Packer, but I don't want any part of that." Trying to ban the tush push. Actually, the brotherly shove.
Depends what their contract looks like.
Yeah,
Depends,
true.
If I got 3 years guaranteed and a minimum of $50 million coming my way, maybe I do. If I'm a second-year player from Banana Tech, I think I'll keep my mouth shut.
Banana Tech. It seems like Howie Roseman is kind of the flavor of the year, at least, maybe even for more years. And I think he's really been kind of a like we said with the tush push, like an innovator as far as the way he drafts and whatnot. And it seems like also, Michael, that the running the ball has come back into style. And they're talking about a bunch of running backs being available in this draft that are really good. You see it kind of going back that way a little bit? We in the middle of a trend?
I don't know if we're going to see running backs drafted in the first round. I mean, the Bijan Robinson thing, I believe, was an outlier. But I do think people are going to start to say, we got to build our line. One of the reasons, the two biggest reasons that the Eagles beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl was that they dominated them with the offensive and the defensive line, period. The defense was able to rush the passer with just 4, and the offense was able to keep Jalen Hurts clean. And when they were trying to get to him, they were able to get him, safe so he could throw the ball. So I think the thing that Howie Roseman has done, and it's not sexy, on draft night, you got the 16th pick and you draft a guard, or you draft a defensive tackle that nobody's ever heard of. That let's watch him on the tape. Here he is dominating some guy from Texas A&M. And the people are like, who cares? Well, Saquon Barkley cares because he rushed for 2,000 yards because the Eagles' offensive line is amazing. That's what I think the trend will be, is people are going to start saying, the line is now more valuable than certain other positions, whereas in the past it was just left tackle, then we go to wide receiver, et cetera.
Yeah, all the glamour spots out there. Hey, one other thing, not to make this all about Philadelphia, but I just saw this story about Bryce Harper's got a brand new tattoo, and it's of the Philly Fanatic. Is this guy is just going to? Are they going to build a statue of him out there? He just knows how to play to that audience, doesn't he?
Yeah. Guess what? Beat the Mets. Okay. I'm sick of this. The Fanatic cleats and the Fanatic headband and the Fanatic tattoo. That's really cute. It really is. But don't lose to the Mets in the first round of playoffs that you play, okay? It's time to stop with all that stuff and start hitting the ball when it matters. Seriously. This team is all about the vibe. And oh, isn't it fun? And the fans love them. Well, where do you hear the boos if they start stinking it up this year?
I just love that they're talking about the placement of the tattoo is intentional. Harper told MLB.com. The idea is that the Fanatic will be following the flight of the ball when it leaves the left-handed Harper's bat. And he says, quote, people can kind of see that as I swing, him driving off my arm. I thought it looked pretty cool.
Oh, isn't that great? Seriously, I mean, look, I am in no mood for this nonsense after watching them lose to the Mets. It's bad enough they lose, but losing to the Let's Go's, who then go out and spend $750 million on Juan Soto, and you did nothing. Joe Ross, a swingman, Jesus Luzardo, a guy who's a good pitcher if he's healthy, and that's it. And Max Kepler, there's your big additions. And now we got to have Castellanos out in the outfield again doing silly stuff. And Bryson Stott, oh, he's healthy now because his arm doesn't hurt. Win the games. I forget the tattoos.
Hey, it seems like coaching is sort of a big hot topic over the last couple of years. I mean, the Seahawks just hired an extra, guy to look at the run game, and now there's like 30 coaches on an NFL staff as opposed to like 8 or 9. But
including Eagles legend Jason Peters just signing onto the coaching staff of the Seahawks.
Yeah.
How about that?
Why 19 years after retiring after 19 years.
Yeah, why didn't he come back to like Philly for that position?
Because they didn't want to pay him what he wanted to get paid. Can I ask you guys a question? This is serious. Yeah. One of the favorite things that we used to watch about Jason Peters when he was in the later stages of his Eagles career is when he would get in his stance and he would mistime the snap count and he would just start falling forward. And he knew that the motion penalty was coming up and he couldn't stop himself because he's so big. And then he would just like fall forward and they'd throw the flag. We used to get 6 or 7 of those a year, and the fans would just, half the time you'd get angry, but the other half you just had a laugh because it was so funny.
Yeah,
I don't know if
we saw enough of him to see that.
And he didn't play. He was technically with the team last year, but he never played.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. No, look, here's the thing. There's an analyst for everything. Yeah. You are breaking everything down into analytics. You are checking the technique of every player on every single play. You have video that can go as deep or and as complicated as you want. And you have people who are able to do the scouting and do the practice prep and do the practice breakdowns. So if you're the offensive line coach, you don't want to sit around anymore and break down film. Get 2 or 3 assistants to get all that for you, give you the highlights, and come to you with a report and say, hey, offensive guard number 62 needs to work a little bit on this. The money's there. Anything you can do to win, these NFL teams are going to try to do it.
Hey, what's your just looking at baseball here in the spring training? There's about 60% of the parks I was reading that have the ABS system in there, the automated ball strike system.
Yeah,
and some people like it, some don't. I was reading about Max Scherzer, who had 2 strikes that were overturned, turned into balls, and he's, as you might imagine, he is, quote, I'm a little skeptical on this. So what do you think of it? Yeah, to me, it's a fait accompli. I think it's going to happen. It's going to be implemented at some point. I don't know if it's next season or the season after or after the CBA gets figured out. But do you like the fact that they're taking it for a test drive in the minor leagues and they're doing it in spring training with the big leaguers?
I love it. And look, it has to happen, and here's why. When you watch a game on television now and you're behind the pitcher with the camera and you see him pitch the ball, you see the outline of the strike zone on the screen, and you can see whether or not the ball fits into the strike zone when it's pitched. Further, when the pitch is close or you don't agree with the umpire's call, then you get the animation from behind that shows where the ball went. So the umpires are being proven right or wrong, and many times wrong, by the technology that the league is letting the television networks use to broadcast the games. So why not just get it right so that we don't have to say anymore? We don't have any complaints at Wimbledon, right? They show that assisted stuff on the balls, whether the serves, whether they're out or whatever. They show that it takes 3 seconds. Boom. Yep. It was on the line. It's good. Boom. It was out of the line. It's not good. What's so hard about it? Just get it right.
Yeah, I think. What about as far as the guys like Joe West and who's the guy? Angel Hernandez,
CB Buckner.
Oh yeah,
those guys.
Buckner.
We're not going to see those types of umpires in the NFL, or I'm sorry, in Major League Baseball ever again, right? Now that
we will. No, we will, because it's no longer they have to be back there. That they're going to have an earpiece in eventually. The way it's going to work is the ump will be back there. The pitch will be thrown. Somebody will be reading it in the box, and they'll just say ball, strike. Umpire make the call. It may take a half second longer, but you don't have to worry about it being right or wrong. You just have to say, okay, it's a ball, it's a strike. It's going to stop the chirping from the dugouts, right? Yeah. If the umpire's strike zone is bad, you're going to hear guys in the dugout chirping at him, and some people get thrown out. Not allowed to argue balls and strikes. Well, once it's correct, we're going to take that out, that nonsense out of it, and we won't have players and managers being upset because of that. That's a good thing.
Yeah, and there's people talking about people losing their jobs. You still need the home plate ump. There's still plays at the plate. There's still catcher's interference. There's a lot that needs to happen with a human there. They'll still call balls and strikes. That's just now you can challenge on a couple of occasions, and if you get it right, you keep going.
Yeah, and by the way, this is, people, they're going to lose their jobs. No, you're going to still have the human element, and there you have to. And this, we are at the point now where the technology has made it a necessity that we use the machines to get it done properly. Period. That's just the way it is.
All right. How are the Phillies looking? What are you expecting this year besides 162?
They're going to be. No, I did sit down and do an analysis, and I looked at every game, and I tried to look at the pitching matchups and how things are going to break out, and I did come out with 162-0. So I try to be as objective as possible, but that's what I come up with.
Yeah. Despite Castellanos being out there in the outfield doing whatever it is he does, and all the
somehow it's going to happen. No, look, here's the thing. they have a pitching staff that has the potential to be very good, starting pitchers. Their bullpen is going to be pretty good, okay to pretty good. The lineup has to be, does Bohm hit or does he mope? Does Castellanos hit consistently? Does Bryson Stott come back and have a better year? JT Realmuto is only going to catch 100 games this year because he's getting older. His production has gone down. This looks to me like a team that is has a window that is very small, and it's this year. If it doesn't happen this year, they're going to have. I mean, Schwarber's contract is up after this year. Realmuto's contract is up after this year. Castellanos will only have 1 year on his after this year. There are going to have to be some significant changes made if they don't, if they don't win big this year, because they'd have some decisions to make on older players.
Yeah, and Harper's going to turn 33 this year, and I know he signed for a while, but yeah, it's you start getting an older club there. That window closes quickly. He is El Hombre, Michael Bradley, with us each and every week. Generally Tuesdays at 5 p.m. is where you find him here, and you can find him on Twitter at Daily Hombre, on Twitter. Michael, we appreciate you, my friend. Thanks as always. We'll do it again next week.
So long, suckers.
There you go. He's not impressed at all with that Bryce Harper tattoo.
That seems kind of strange, but I mean, he's got kids, right? Maybe the kids like it.
He doesn't have young kids, though. I just thought it was funny that Bryce. You talking about Bryce?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about El Hombre.
No, I'm talking about.
I don't know what his family situation is, but he the way he talked about it, like, I positioned it here so as the fans can see me swinging. It looks like the Philly Fanatic is following the flight of the ball. Like, you're going to see this little tattoo from the 300 level out there. It's I don't know. It's a little goofy, but I just, always, I'm like, hey, if somebody wants to get a tattoo, that's fine. I just hope they don't regret it. Yeah, he's all about Philly, man. He's endearing himself to the Philly faithful out there. All right, what other rule changes might take place in the NFL this offseason? We'll get into that coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball.
Our goal really is to come out of spring training and to play that consistent brand of baseball from beginning to end.
Go behind the scenes with Brock and Salk as the Seattle Mariners get ready for the 2025 season. All this week from 6 to 10.
What a masterful performance by the big right-hander Logan Gilbert.
And hear every pitch of spring training baseball on Seattle Sports, streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Holy smokes.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Let's talk stats. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the state of Washington ranks number 4 in the whole U.S. for the highest concentration of roofers. That's literally thousands of roofers to choose from. So how do you know how to pick the right one for your home? Well, you start by eliminating those who aren't GAF Master Elite certified. That's about 97% of all roofers. So now you're down to the elite 3%. How many have over 35 years of experience? How many utilize the catch-all system to keep yards and driveways clear of any debris? Family-owned with local roots and have the stamp of approval from the Mike Salk household? Well, that leaves you with just one, the roofing company you can trust. That's Riverside Roofing. In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They have openings this winter for your roof project. So have them out to your house this week. Call them at 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
It's the granddaddy of them all, the Seattle RV Show, March 6th through 9 at Lumen Field Event Center. Hundreds of new models, over 1,000 floor plan options from over 50 manufacturers. It's your best chance to save all year. Tickets at SeattleRVShow.com, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878. 800-948-7878.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires PayPal bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to El Hombre Michael Bradley, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. And don't forget to click subscribe, because you never have to think about it after that. It just shows up for you. It's beautiful. It's free. Free is beautiful.
I don't have anything to think about. It's always great.
That's right.
Always good.
Just happens for you. Just It's magic.
Yeah.
Some kind of sorcery.
Not looking to learn anything new.
It's really good.
Really not.
You know all you need to at this point, don't you?
Enough to get by.
Yeah, that's all you need. Meanwhile, some of the rule changes we're talking about in the NFL are proposed rule changes. One of the proposals out there, Dave, is moving the touchback on kickoffs from the 35-yard line to the 35-yard line instead of the 30, to make it more of a motivation for the kicker to keep it in play
zone,
rather than just booting it out of the back of the end zone. What do you think of that?
I get that. I mean, I think, it was funny, the whole dynamic kick thing. It wasn't too dynamic, was it? There wasn't I mean, there wasn't that big of a deal. I didn't see anything as far as the injury count went. I think it was kind of.
I think
probably the same as like what happens on a normal play.
Well, didn't Goodell say something about the injury numbers going way down or something?
Yeah. So I mean, that part of it is, I get it. I don't know. I just still would like to see it a play because, again, there are players and guys that I played with that made the team because of their kickoff coverage, particularly. You know, and I think that's where you can really, like Terrell Davis, for instance.
Yeah.
5th-round draft choice out of Georgia. The very first time he ran down on a kick was in Japan against the 49ers, and we were playing an exhibition game there. Just splattered the returner. Killed him. Rufus Porter is another one. So, I mean, I would like to see it come back into play so that it's actually, you know, there's some action there. And I think that's what they want to do, too. I do. But, you know, they're screwing around with trying to make it safe and all that. I think really to get it back going, just, you know, make some rules so that, like this one, you know, where it's more punitive to just, you know, wave for the fair catch.
Yeah, start the drive on the 35-yard line. That's that'll be interesting. I don't have a problem with it. I as I'm thinking about it and you're talking about it, I think I might like it.
Yeah,
I think I might be in favor of that. Just a you know, little inspiration, little motivation to keep the ball in play and get that, because kick returns, a lot of them are, you know, a guy runs for 10 yards or something. It's sort of a nondescript play in terms of the overall impact on the game, but you do have those moments, and it's wildly exciting, and it can be a game changer, certainly, to say the very least. It can be a game ender. You were part of one of the most famous in the history of kickoffs, for the love of God.
Which one was that?
That would be.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it was college or something.
The play.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just it has the potential to carry so much weight. So I want to see it out there in its all of its glory, if you will. So yeah, if it's going to get kickers to keep that thing in play and force a return as opposed to setting up on the 35-yard line, I'm for it.
Well, I don't know if you remember this, Bob, but last year our big complaint, because now, you know, they've got obviously the tush push thing that we've been talking about, you know, since the beginning of the show. But I was just looking up the hip drop tackle numbers today.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I can see on the internet, and maybe if you can find something else, because I don't know how well documented it is, but there was only one
that was called
that I saw. Yeah, obviously that was. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of them out there where you could have gone, And there was a couple of times where I'm like, I'm surprised they didn't call that.
Yeah.
You know, and like I said, I still think that DK Metcalf chasing down Budda Baker was a hip drop tackle.
I'm trying to remember how he brought him down. I remember how the play
went. He tackled him from behind and fell on his legs.
Did he? Did he, like, lift his feet up off the ground and fall on him?
I'm not sure. He was running so fast. I think he was never touching the ground.
That's right. He was gliding.
But yeah, I mean, and I thought that was going to be a big deal. And God knows, and especially our listeners know, that you and I complained about it endlessly last year. And it really it wasn't a deal. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was just a coincidence that year, because I think it was the tight end Andrews from
Mark
Baltimore
Andrews,
that got hurt because of that. And, you know, I think there was a couple. I mean, Gino got up kind of limping a little bit on his. So, yeah, I mean, I thought that was going to be one of those major, which, again, I was like, how do you tackle him from behind then?
Yeah.
So, and I don't know. I don't know if they came to their senses or we just, for whatever reason, just didn't see it. But that really wasn't that big of a deal. And, you know, maybe it'll happen that way. The same thing with the brotherly shove. Maybe teams will figure out how to stop it. And I don't see why you couldn't do the same thing on the other side.
Have the defenders push the D line?
Yeah. I mean,
I'm for it.
It's the same principle, right? And you just go, hey, we got bigger, stronger guys. I mean, I think most defensive tackles are probably stronger and bigger guys than most guards and centers. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that will just kind of go away. But
I'm hoping that one falls flat, and that's coming out of Green Bay, and their GM was asked about it today at the Combine about his team looking to ban. I just love how he's kind of playing like he knows about it, but he doesn't seem to know that much. Like he didn't have anything to do with it.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. We really haven't had very many discussions about it. I'm sure we will over the next few weeks as we head into the owners' meetings. So I'm aware that we did, but really haven't had many discussions about it. Sorry.
What are your thoughts on the play?
I know we're not very successful against it. I know that, but to be honest with you, I have not put much thought into it. It's been around for a while. We've used it in different fashions with our tight end. Again, I think there'll be a lot of discussions about it. I got to kind of look at some of the information as far as injury rates, things like that, but we'll see.
I would ask him, what exactly do you do for the Packers? Because if you're the GM, I mean, where else would it come from? Wouldn't it come from maybe the owner, maybe the
But
the coach?
they don't have an owner. It's owned. It's
that's
publicly
right.
owned.
The owners, I should say. You know, I mean, where does it come from?
I don't know.
Wouldn't it come from the GM? I would think
president of football operations, maybe.
We'll have to ask Schneider on Thursday.
Yeah.
If you were going to ban if you wanted that done, the franchise, who's telling the NFL? Because their GM doesn't seem to know anything about it.
No, it just.
And I think he probably knows plenty, but he's just trying to distance himself from it.
I think he saw the blowback and was like, well, I'm aware of it. We haven't really talked about it that much. And I know we're not good at stopping it.
That was cheesy. That was so cheesy. Yeah, he was trying to distance himself from the stench.
Yeah.
And maybe he didn't know that was going to go over that way. But, yeah, that's weak.
Or he thought they'd remain anonymous. I don't know. Somebody blew their cover.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I love that we had Frank Schwab, our guy from Yahoo Sports, on yesterday, NFL guy, and we talked to him about this and got his take on it. Here's what he said.
Eagles do it better than everybody else. They just won a championship, and it just looks like sour grapes from everybody else. I get that the Eagles are very, very good at this, and it's kind of, I don't want to say boring, but it is. Like, when the Eagles line up in that formation, you know it's 3rd and 1, they're going to get it. This is not really a player safety issue. This is just, we can't stop this play, so we want it banned. And I can't even believe it. The Packers really showing their behinds. So it's almost embarrassing. It's embarrassing for the Packers to be the team putting their names on this.
Showing their behinds, Dave.
Like that. That's a good. We got to have him back on. Frank is good, man. Frank is good. Well, I'd like to hear this next one with Sirianni. I don't know if we've listened to this one or not, but
yeah, this is him talking about, he's defending the Tush Push here.
I think I've seen some of the stuff like, about what that it's an automatic play or, that it's not we work really, I almost feel a little insulted because we work so hard at that play. The amount of things that we've looked into how to coach that play, the fundamentals, there's 1,000 plays out there, but it comes down to how you teach the fundamentals and then how the players go through and do with the fundamentals. I can't tell you how many times we practice the snap, we practice the play, because it's not a play that it's easy to practice. There's different ways we figured out how to practice it.
Yeah, I love that he came out that way. Like, it's not like, oh, well, you could have, just because they couldn't stop it. He was like, hey, man, we put a lot of thought and a lot of practice into this. And the other thing I would say is at some risk, I mean, if you're gonna do that, like the rugby players were chiming in saying, hey, we do that stuff without even football helmets on. But yeah, in order to get that done full speed, you have to practice at full speed. So, they put some risk. They put themselves on the line. So I like that he answered it that way.
All right, coming up, we learned that one person at our station has made some people uncomfortable this week. Find out what that's all about. What we learned coming your way with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
Mariners general manager Justin Hollander.
Big picture, what jumps out about this personnel group?
I think the depth of the pitching really stands out. Last year, obviously we had bullpen injuries that affected us. And I think coming into camp, it was one of our questions is this group of collective pitchers 1 through 13 as deep and good as it has been in previous years? This year feels different. It feels more like 23 for us, more like 22 for us, just in terms of the depth of interesting arms, the guys who we really think can contribute.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
The
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Something amazing is happening in education. Students are inspired and engaged. That's because school districts consulted with CDW, who designed modern classroom solutions with pre-configured HP devices, making learning more accessible, secure, and immersive. Now when students study topics like elephants, it feels like elephants are there with them. HP and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HPPSG.
Old Spice Swagger Body Wash will make you the MVP of freshness and confidence. With its irresistible scent, it will transform your shower experience, leaving you feeling fresh on and off the field. Pair it with Old Spice Swagger Deodorant, the #1 aluminum-free brand that keeps you feeling like a Super Bowl champion 24/7 when used daily. But don't wait. This dynamic duo is available at Costco for a limited time only. Old Spice, official deodorant partner of the NFL and Super Bowl 59, where freshness meets football greatness.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They got openings this winter for your roof project. Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. The roofing company you can trust.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet. But we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. The Cyberknife system, with advanced tracking technology and robotic design, keeps the radiation on target even with tumor or patient movement. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. And the treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. But the technology is only half the story. The skilled and dedicated team of providers and caregivers match the technology by providing unparalleled, personalized treatment plans and compassionate care. They are committed to patient-focused care, partnering with the patient and their families. The results speak for themselves. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnife Prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Calling all pickleballers, Champions of Change and Safeway announced a multi-city pickleball tournament, including celebrity games with Seahawks legends Doug Baldwin, Mike Bennett, Cliff Averill, and more. In collaboration, Nourishing Champions campaign will be raising awareness and accepting donations to provide nutritious foods for student athletes in under-resourced high schools. You can help by donating at your local Safeway checkout. Open to all. The tournaments are in Seattle, Lacey, and Spokane. Register today at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
This is a house of learned doctors. What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
Stupidity is the easiest way out.
So we learned somebody at the station is making people uncomfortable. That could be anybody.
I know, but you guys have an idea, right? Like, you probably have a good idea who it is.
Is it you?
No. Not this week. Oh, Matt really liked that one.
I'm sorry, Lefko.
Matt's got the laugh. You can tell he really liked it, and he's in that laugh right now.
No.
I got to wait till he composes himself because I need him on this.
Just caught him. Just got him off guard there.
That was still go? Okay.
Are we
No, yeah. It was Brock. We learned that Brock made some people uncomfortable this week.
I'll ask you a question that's probably better suited for Brock Heward, but who looks good? Who looks like they really worked hard in the offseason?
All right, let's see. You want my version of the Buff Dude report, and you're right. It is better. It is better suited for Brock. I mean, he is.
The way he talks about, particularly Bob's calves, it's creepy. It's really creepy.
Dave, he's analyzing every one of these guys.
Yeah.
He's all in on Brian Woo's legs and thighs, upper legs. And for good reason. Like, he's not wrong, by the way. It's creepy, but he's not wrong.
You should have seen some of the looks he gave me when we were roommates up on the fishing trip.
Really?
Yeah.
You felt like he was sizing you up,
He's like,
analyzing?
No, it was just like utter disappointment. I was like, it's okay, Brock. I don't play anymore. I'm a grandpa. Yeah, he was like, oh. Like, I think he almost threw up at one point. No, I'm kidding.
He's funny when he tells you about a guy. He sees a guy walking by. If it's Brian Woo, he'll be like, you see the legs on him? You see the way look how big those legs are. Like he does have a creepy delivery with it. And that's what he did to me in the hall when I just heard him behind me. He's going, wow, look at those calves. What's going on there? What do you do? What
heel razors, right?
I didn't do anything, but he just in that tone, his delivery, you're like, well, you're creeping me out, man. And that's sort of his delivery when he's talking about somebody who's, wow, look at the shoulders of that guy. You see that? It's crazy.
I like during the interview with Salk when he started talking about Brock, he started going, Poor Brock, he's getting hammered right now, and he's not even here to defend himself.
That's all right. He can handle it. What else did we learn?
Well, we learned that spelling, it's a challenge for some people, most notably our listeners.
I would just say this, the official spelling for the word tush is Tush. Just throw that out there. Seemed to be a few people had some issues with that.
Yeah, I see. Most people have it right.
Yeah.
I thought somebody had put spelled it like touche.
There were a couple of creative spellings there, and I always attribute that speech to text. I'm always going to say, yeah, they know. My phone does that all the time.
Somebody accused me of talking like speech to text.
That's right.
One of our texters.
That was a pretty good shot.
I was like, you know what? You're right.
That's a pretty good shot.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So what were some of the spellings? Toosh.
Touch. Somebody wrote touch push. So yeah, I'm always trying to give them the benefit. I'm looking out for you guys. I always give you the benefit of the doubt. Say, speech to text. That's what it is.
I wasn't giving people the benefit of the doubt yesterday when they were talking about, actually, those are metal cleats on the sidewalk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, they chimed in when you said something about your golf swing and hitting it to the right. You said something about fading it to the right or something. They go, that's called a slice, Dave.
Yeah, you're right.
You had
It
a
is
number of
slice.
people checking in
Going
with you.
to the right is, how do you know I'm not left-handed?
There you go. Could have been a hook.
Yeah.
Could have been hooking it to the right. To the right. That's a good question. They just assumed you're right-handed and you were
smarty pants
saying it improperly. What else did we learn?
Well, we learned about Matt's musical tastes today.
We don't need to involve the tush. Doesn't need to be part of the. This is a shove.
Isn't
Shoving
there
them in there.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't there some kind of dance called the Tush Push or something? Is that one of those country? I know you're a big country line dancer.
Well, ask Lefko, because he was last out there with his sunglasses on the dance floor, and they broke, so he was cutting a rug. He knows about
You
all
think
the
this
dances.
group does country music? No.
I have no idea what you listen to.
No. Not country music.
I don't know what you dance to.
Neither of you come off as country music fans. No.
You might, Dave. And I could see
I
you
would
back
probably
in
be
the
the
day.
most likely.
You have jorts. So.
Yeah, there are some country songs that I like, but pretty limited.
Yeah.
Pretty limited.
I don't even know what Matt listens to. Maybe the Cranberries, because he's got that bumper sticker on his car.
He does have a bumper sticker.
They are my favorite band.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That bumper sticker was made for me. I was so happy when I found that.
What does it say again?
Keep honking. I'm in my car crying, listening to the Cranberries' 1993 hit Linger.
There's a lot of words on that bumper sticker.
Hit Linger.
It was a hit named Linger.
Oh, Linger. Gotcha. I was like, what's a hit linger? You said it kind of close together there.
Boy, you know what, Dave? You're right. I did. I should have spaced the two words out because you were thinking of that I had a bumper sticker that said hit linger on it.
What's a hit linger?
Well, listen, I just assumed that was some kind of a term that I am not privy to.
No, you're right, Dave. It was stupid of me. I need to space my words out so you understand them.
Can we play it back? Hitlinger. It was not said in the right tone. Text. Let's go to the text toy. How many people think it was Hitlinger?
Oh, that was good. That was Hitlinger. I like how you just said it. Just Hitlinger. What is that?
That's exactly what it sounded like.
I have seen Matt laugh harder than I ever have in a long time.
Oh, my God.
You know what the one thing that put him over the top? If you take your hat off right now, Dave, you would just
Oh,
you'd
that
get
was
him.
put you over the top.
Me,
Like
yeah.
Lefko was like a little kid, a first grader on the playground. I took my hat off and he pointed at me and went, ha 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 ha.
And Matt actually got mad and said, "Put your bleeping hat back
Yeah,
on."
Matt was angry with me. All right.
You looked like an idiot.
There you go. Oh no, it's fine now.
It's all.
It's not nearly as bad.
You had the style of a writer we have on the show. Yeah, it was like that.
I just love that Matt was annoyed.
Yeah.
Put your bleeping hat back on.
Have some self-respect.
Yeah, Lefko did get a kick out of that.
Yeah, he's like a little kid.
Pointing at
I'm
you.
like, you know what? Do I have to go to the HR lady? I feel marginalized.
Oh my goodness. Hitlinger. So good.
Let's play it back tomorrow.
Oh, that is
Hitlinger.
solid. It's like you were thinking it, so you just kind of muttered it to yourself. Hitlinger.
There was no comma there.
All right, that does it for us. The Cactus League report is coming your way next before first pitch of the Mariners and Dodgers. Our thanks to El Hombre, Michael Bradley, Bob Condotta, and Mike Salk, who joined us on the show. If you missed any part of today's show, you can find it at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab. We'll talk to you tomorrow right here with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
It sure seems like Geno Smith will be back with the Seahawks in 2025. Two things we heard this weekend that tell us that. First, Mike McDonald's interview with Fox 13.
Geno's our quarterback. I don't understand the conversation.
Tom Pelissero had this to say.
The Seahawks appear to be all in on Geno Smith for 2025.
To me, it's obvious. Geno has to be the guy. You're in a position where you're not going to draft him. You can't still get a quarterback late and hope you develop. But Geno has showed he can win you some ball games.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here. And as a former college and professional player and quarterback in particular, the years of wear and tear and some of those hits left my knee and some of my body in some constant pain. On and off the field, the weight room, all those heavy squats and all of it. In fact, my knee was really bothering me last year. That's why I decided to try stem cell injection therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland. And really, it was an awesome decision. With Dr. Dan, the procedure itself was so quick and easy. In and out, same day. Next day, I'm out watching football practice, a baseball game, and the staff was absolutely A+. And my knee, well, it's a whole lot better now, and I'm back to squatting and enjoying a much better quality of life. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. Over 30 years of experience. No one, and I mean no one, has more experience in pain medicine techniques. You can reach him at 425-823-4000. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a colonial with high ceilings, hardwood floors, and a peaceful neighborhood. And you found it. Now, every Saturday at 6 a.m., you get to wake to the sound of your neighbor's leaf blower. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Exciting personal news. I happen to be driving a brand new Bronco Sport from Wayscar Ford. The bad news is I spent way longer than I anticipated at the dealership because I truly couldn't decide. It's not my fault. They have so many options at amazing prices. Mark, what gives?
Well, we have a lot of inventory right now, Stacy, and they're priced to sell. Compare our prices to our competitors. Make sure that you check out what rebates that the dealers are putting on their pricing, because you probably won't qualify for a lot of them. The rebates we have online on our prices are ones that everybody qualifies for. We don't play games, there's no gimmicks, and there's absolutely no pressure, and it's all backed up by a 5-day or a 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee. And our new cars come with a lifetime powertrain coverage. Buy with confidence. We'd love to see you.
So wayscarford.com. Again, those prices are for real, like Mark said. And I'm really glad I did it. It was worth the trip to go out there. Your staff was so incredibly nice, knowledgeable, and accommodating. That's Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Wayscarford.com.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. And I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is the Cactus League Report.
Goodbye baseball.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now, the Cactus League Report.
It is time for the award-winning Cactus League Report. Gary Hill alongside Shannon Dreher. We have a big show coming up for you, as Rick Riss had a very interesting conversation with new hitting coach Kevin Seitzer. That's going to come up in a few minutes. But Shannon, I've been eager to talk to you. Camp has now started. We've been down here for a few days. What's just kind of your initial takeaways from the things you've seen so far?
You know, it's wild because it's kind of a new camp. The faces, you see a lot of familiar faces, but it is being run different. Dan Wilson is at the top, and you've got kind of different sights and scenes when you turn around different corners. So my eyes have been open for that a little bit. The feel of camp is great. I would say it's not quite as hurried, I think, as some have been. I think that they've taken some of the meetings out that they used to have, and there's a lot more freedom to go out and get your work done as you want to get it done. And there is a lot of work, which is always a hallmark of spring training, at least Mariners spring training, the early work that you see going on. And now with the facilities upgrade that they have, you can see, you know, you're seeing the bunting work, the catching work, and all sorts of things being used right outside that back door. So for me, there's a sense of excitement. There's the usual sense of professionals going about the job of getting ready for 162 games. But there is also, I think, a sense of just kind of quiet confidence with this group, which has been a lot of fun to see. I mean, we have watched so many of them basically grow up at this level, and I think that they are very determined in doing something this year.
Yeah, it's really interesting to look at this group, and of course, it's a lot of the same in terms of the Major League roster coming back, and guys we're familiar with and seen before. But you know, this group of position player prospects we've been talking about, it is a different scenario than the last couple of years, where it was fun to see them in spots, you know, during spring training games, and we know they'd be in the minors, and they felt still far away. They're not feeling as far away anymore. And when we see Cole Young and Colt Emerson, and Arroyo for that matter, it does feel a little bit different in games when we see them play.
Yeah, and Les Montes, go ahead and throw him in there too. Ty Heat is around. I mean, it's really kind of odd. They kind of snuck up on me, to be honest with you, because you don't expect